All right, everyone. Welcome to live atmospheric river coverage for December 5th, 2025. I'm just going to do a quick little crash course on everything and then follow up with questions and comments afterwards. Because I'm getting a few complaints about people not liking my workflow when it comes to live streams. Mainly the people watching the live streams afterwards. So, going to try to appease to that audience today. And maybe from this point on. So we're going to do a quick little crash course again. We're going to do a little speed run through what's going on in the current forecast. Hey, Sherry Wilcox, good morning. Thank you for tuning in. Good to see your bell is rung on YouTube. So a current look at the radar on radar scope. A few of these little wind barbs here are picking up. Gusts to 16 out of the southwest here at Quileute Airport right now. Gusting to 21 out of the southeast here at Oak Harbor. So eventually expecting Mark Skelton to pop in and Ladysmith. This is probably where he's going to get his strongest winds of the day out of the southeast. Otherwise, light to moderate showers passing through at the moment, moving from northwest to southeast. Actually, I take that back. The flow has shifted to westerly flow aloft, so no longer out of the northwest today. It's due to the change in that atmospheric river track. Some small changes, but precipitation up in the mountains right now. See, it's 35 over 35 here at Stampede Pass, so snow levels likely above Snoqualmie at the moment. It's most likely falling in the form of rain up there right now. Maybe a little bit of snow at Stevens. We'll have to take a look at some webcams later on to see how that's looking. But if you look at the Langley Hill radar currently, you can see that the axis of moisture is mainly down towards northern and central Oregon right now. So a little bit of a breath of fresh air here for western Washington. As right now, when I switch to the Portland radar, you can see the deluge of rainfall is currently aimed over the north and central Willamette River Valley. See, this flow down here is a little more out of the northwest. That's just because of the change in the position of the high pressure ridge that's steering this atmospheric river into place. So yeah, some occasional showers, maybe some heavy rain at times up here in the Puget Sound area today, but most of the heaviest precipitation should stay to the coast, the Olympics, and the Cascades. And then looking at visible satellite combined with radar on windy.com. See, textbook atmospheric river plume being seen here on visible satellite. Here's the so-called dirty ridge of high pressure. It's moved a little bit to the south compared to yesterday, so this will allow the storm track to sag a little more to the south. See, it may look like it's aimed at Washington, but in reality, if we go back and play a loop over the last hour, and see that it kind of curves down towards the southeast a bit, here in the northern Oregon and extreme southern Washington. But see, northern parts of the area, including Vancouver, BC, and parts of Vancouver Island in the northwest interior are getting the northern part of this plume, but a bit of a daybreak right now for the coast and most of the central Puget Sound area. But we're going to be watching this area for the potential of merging plumes of moisture. This one extending all the way down to the Philippines is expected to merge with this current plume of moisture extending towards the Hawaiian subtropics. The result is going to be sort of a super atmospheric river early next week. Throughout Monday through possibly Thursday, maybe even Friday as well. We'll be watching those changes in the forecast. So for now, we're dealing with this plume, but over the coming days, we'll be watching as this plume extends to the east and is expected to impact our area beginning Monday. Then some brand new model runs coming in off the press. We have the 12Z European beginning to render right now. It's about halfway through that render currently, so we're going to zoom out just a tad bit. See quite a few of you jumping onto the stream on Facebook. Thank you for liking. 15 of you at the moment, 5 likes. 4 of you viewing on YouTube, 2 likes. Thank you guys for jumping in. Anyways, current look as of 10 a.m. when the model run started. Again, the central plume of moisture is aimed more towards central Oregon. In this case, northern and central Oregon, with some passing strong showers expected throughout the day up here in Washington. And then you notice the pressure gradient beginning to tighten up a little bit. We'll be watching this for some potential strong winds in spots tonight and early tomorrow morning across the Puget Sound area and western Washington in general, including Whidbey Island, which currently has a wind advisory in effect. The European actually showing a little 1010 millibar area of low pressure making landfall sometime between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. on Sunday. So we'll watch that for an additional chance of isolated strong winds going into Monday. But then beginning Monday, look what happens. Here comes our deluge of moisture aimed towards Vancouver Island, western Washington, and parts of northwest Oregon as well. The question is, will this hang over western Washington, or will it begin to sag south towards Oregon and even parts of northern California? This is what the European model is showing here, the one that's fresh off the press, that through the day Tuesday, it'll sag south into Oregon, which would give the Cascades and the surrounding rivers and the Olympics and surrounding rivers a little bit of a break, including the Puget Sound lowlands too, which could have some areas of aerial flooding and small stream flooding as well. But not looking as forgiving going into Wednesday morning, as the axis of moisture once again is centered over Washington, especially western Washington and the higher terrains of western Washington. Then as we go through Thursday, sort of sag south towards Oregon again, and another little reprieve from the wind. But we'll be watching the Friday to Saturday period for the potential for yet another atmospheric river, albeit not as strong as Mondays or Wednesdays. And could be centered a bit to our north here over Vancouver Island and parts of western BC. But still waiting for some frames to come in off the press. So we still have 156 hours to render here. Luckily, it renders much quicker than that. But currently moves the next plume of atmospheric river moisture up towards Haida, Gwaii, and northern Vancouver Island. So we'll be watching. This looks like a little cold front feature coming into close proximity of us. And then looking at wind gusts, we're going to zoom in a little bit for this to focus mostly on western Washington. And you notice wind gusts trending up here on the European, which is usually the most reliable model when it comes to this wind data. See, the westerly surge is stronger than ever. Of course, being hyperbolic here, but still expecting a pretty strong westerly surge affecting parts of San Juan Islands, Fidalgo Island, Whidbey Island, and the northern coast of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, including parts of Clallam County and Jefferson County. So this would be between 4 and 10 p.m. tonight, showing around 46 mile per hour wind gusts around Seattle. Now, this is expected to mainly stay over the water and possibly along the coastlines of the Puget Sound, but high-res model guidance is showing a lot of this making it further inland as well. So we'll be watching the Seattle area and the Tacoma general area for some possible wind gusts up towards 45 miles per hour, possibly higher too. And over the foothills, and I know there's a few of you watching from the foothills, some wind gusts possibly over 40 miles per hour between 4 and 10 p.m. tonight. The westerly surge continues to trend up on the European, and this is my first time again looking at some of this new data as it comes in. So showing some areas 60 miles per hour or greater, potentially south of Friday Harbor and Lopez Island and west of Whidbey Island. Some of this possibly extending over Whidbey Island to the east side as well. See, this shows a whopping 62 miles per hour just outside of Coupeville and around 58 miles per hour in the Oak Harbor vicinity. Now, it won't be as strong up in areas like Anacortes, Mount Vernon, or Burlington, but still some wind gusts of 40 plus miles per hour possible. This will be out of the westerly direction up here, but out of the southwest down here in the South Puget Sound. So some areas like the Narrow Strait, which are oriented more towards the southwest, could see locally higher wind gusts overnight. We'd expect the Tacoma Narrow Station to possibly overperform. Geez, some of the model runs coming in. I mean, it's just stupid. It's honestly stupid how much rain is expected over the area over the next week. Let's see, then we get a bit of a break. The westerly surge backs off going into Saturday afternoon. Still a little breezy around the area, and then potential for some more wind with that system coming in Sunday afternoon, albeit not as strong likely, but still some areas where we could get into the 35 to 40 mile per hour range. South to southwest winds again expected in this region, with mainly westerly winds over the foothills. And again, some of these spots like down towards Mount Rainier and the foothills, which luckily don't have much population down here in Pierce County, getting up into the 50 to 55 mile per hour range, according to European model guidance. And then Monday's system comes through, and we could be talking wind as well during this time. We're watching, see, probably an overestimation based on some terrain exaggeration here, which the European models and the other deterministics and ensembles don't do a great job showing some of the terrain features out here. So it could be an overestimation, but this is showing some wind gusts over 60 miles per hour for the immediate Mount Rainier National Park vicinity. And see, even over 60 miles per hour here north of I-90 too, east of the Tanner River Bend area, with some wind gusts in the 50 mile per hour range possible for some of the East King County foothills. But these aren't east winds though. Again, we're going over to look at the wind barbs, and these are mainly out of the southwest, so kind of opposite of the direction that you're used to in this area. Again, could see over 40 mile per hour gusts in areas such as the Tacoma Narrows Strait, which is oriented more southwest to northeast. Could see some locally higher gusts here in Point Defiance, Vashon Island, and surrounding areas, including Gig Harbor as well, aimed from southwest to northeast. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that as well. And then see continuing through the 4 to 10 p.m. hour on Monday. Could even see some wind gusts up towards 40 plus here in Everett too, which originally is expected to have sort of a wind shadow with today's event. So again, something to keep an eye on in future days to come up. Wednesday's winds not looking as crazy here for the Puget Sound, but again, another blustery day expected for the foothills and Mount Rainier National Park region. But not so much down here over the I-5 corridor, which with the southwesterly or westerly winds is expected to be mostly sheltered here out of the west by the Willapa Hills. And we start going sort of into fantasy range here, but through further in the day on Wednesday, 4 to 10 p.m. is when we could have some wind gusts pick up yet again around the Puget Sound area. So this wind gust map is for 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Wednesday. Expected to pick up again here 4 to 10 p.m. on Wednesday with that system. And then again, a bit of a reprieve. A little breezy on Friday and Saturday. And then we start going into extreme fantasy land here, and see we don't have the wind gusts pick up very much around the area, except if you're north of Everett, which could have some local wind gusts in the 40 to 45 mile per hour range. Again, we're almost 11 days into the future here, so expect this to change pretty drastically. That is new 12Z data coming in off the European. 12Z data from the NAM 3CAM model. Look at some wind gusts again. This is on an hourly basis. And the NAM model has between 35 to 40 miles per hour over the Seattle-Tacoma area around 8 to 9 p.m. tonight. And again, the strong westerly surge, although not as strong initially as the European shows. At least until you go into the midnight hour, where it is again agreeing with the European, which is arguably the most reliable model for wind gusts in this area. Showing just shy of 60 miles per hour wind gusts south of Friday Harbor, Lopez Island, and west of Oak Harbor. Screaming in from the west through here. And some isolated wind gusts of 40 miles per hour possible over the Puget Sound area. This is at least according to this model, because we do still have some short-term model disagreement. But we can identify the ranges of potential wind gusts over a wider area. The range right now is going to be between 35 to 45 miles per hour south of Everett. Again, see this wind shadow here. Expecting a convergence zone to possibly form here in north or central Snohomish County over the foothills and mountains, which could bring down the snow level quite a bit for areas like Glacier Peak, maybe even Stevens Pass as well. I have a question coming in from Facebook. Judy Ray is asking, what are the actual yellow area cities to the east of Everett, Seattle, and Tacoma? those are the potential for 55 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts. See, the bright yellow here, if you look at the legend down here, is 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts. So this is what it's showing out here over the Salish Sea. So we'll be watching those areas extremely closely in future live streams and briefing updates as well. But see, we're not quite in range on the high-res models for Monday's event yet, but showing another breezy day with wind gusts in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range for the most part over the Puget Sound around lunchtime on Sunday. So this should be smack dab during the game, which luckily is not being played here in Seattle this week. It's being played in Atlanta. Look at simulated composite radar reflectivity. Again, NAM agrees with the Euro. It's going to keep the bulk of moisture down here in Oregon through today, which it wasn't showing that originally a couple days ago. It was showing the axis of moisture being aimed more up here at Western Washington. So luckily a break for the rivers, mountains, and lowland areas for some rain today. But heavier showers currently occurring and are additionally possible as we go on throughout the morning and afternoon time. So you see here the models predicting some of these heavier rain showers to form here over the foothills of Lewis, Pierce, King, and Snohomish counties, as well as Skagit and Whatcom, but not as intense as what is showing down here. As we go on throughout tonight, it has shower coverage filling in around western Skagit, Snohomish, and Whatcom counties, and mainly over the mountains and foothills of the Cascades in said areas. Most of the rain is going around the Puget Sound though, so could have a pretty dry day compared to what was originally predicted around this area. And Sunday, passing showers, some of these could be heavy. Who knows, that could even be producing thunder at 3 p.m. tomorrow if what this model is showing is correct. But see, no steady rain over the area until we start getting into the Sunday afternoon time frame. And again, not in range of Monday yet on this specific model, but it has some steadier rain moving into the area by 4 p.m. when this model run ends. And we could be a little bit on the high side here, but we're watching the HRRR models as well. 17Z is only out to 10 hours, but notice it shows the convergence zone in full glory, extending even as far east as parts of Douglas County here in eastern Washington. And it's heavier showers also up here in the mountains and foothills of Whatcom County. But this is all the way out at 7 p.m. Friday. So we're going to go through the propagation one more time. The HRRR 3KM model here usually sometimes overdoes shower coverage and intensity. So the convergence zone likely won't be as strong at this time, but it does agree with the NAM that we'll have a convergence zone somewhere over central Snohomish County, central eastern Snohomish County, east of Everett and areas like Monroe, Sultan, and Gold Bar by about 5 p.m. today, when those westerly winds really pick up out of the strait and out of the Chehalis Gap. Hello, Sonia. Good morning. Nice to see you this early. Welcome in. As Sonia said, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring that bell if you're on YouTube, and share the stream to your friends if you like the coverage so far. Same goes to you guys on Facebook. So the convergence zone, not sure if this merges into one huge convergence zone or if the showers begin to move south and the convergence zone dies out. But this is 9 p.m. Friday, and it just has a steady amount of rainfall here over Stevens Pass, points north and westward, including the Bellingham and Mount Vernon, Burlington areas. So this could be a huge plume of moisture coming in from the west. It's a little bit hard to tell with the HRRR model because it does overdo this shower coverage sometimes, but just something to pay attention to in the near future. So we go to precipitation type. Snow levels going well above Stevens and Snoqualmie Pass today, if what this forecast is showing is correct. Again, showing a pretty nice pressure gradient over the area too. 4 to 6 millibars over some of this area. Again, translating to stronger wind gusts in some areas, mainly oriented from southwest to northeast. If you're south of the Everett area, otherwise out of due west, north of this point. So due west out of here, out of the southwest, other areas, and mainly out of the west along the coast. So with that convergence zone, it'll likely drag down the snow level quite a bit over areas like Glacier Peak. But will it sag down to Stevens Pass? That is a great question. And the HRRR model is actually showing areas of ice accumulation along Stevens Pass, which would be bad news if this were to verify. So it'd be at 9 p.m. tonight. But snow level's not quite getting down to Snoqualmie Pass, so only expecting rain in this area. Again, pretty nice pressure gradient setting up over the area. And if we go look at gusts over the area, could be exaggerating this a little bit, but I know you guys saw that for a second. It was showing 46 mile per hour wind gusts for Tacoma if this were to verify. And 58 mile per hour wind gusts off the coast of Whidbey Island to the west. This would be at 10 p.m. tonight. Now, this model originally last night was showing some absolutely ridiculous numbers at the midnight hour, but seems to have trended down, thankfully. It's now showing sub-high wind warning criteria at 58 to 59 miles per hour for the Dungeness Spit here in Sequim. Over Whidbey Island, which does have a wind advisory in effect at the moment, potential wind gusts 50 miles per hour or greater over the area. And here along I-90, Issaquah east into Tanner River Bend, Snoqualmie, North Bend, and surrounding communities. Some possibilities for some wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour as the clock strikes midnight tonight. So we'll be watching these numbers closely, and if the numbers do start verifying later on, then we may have another late night live stream as well. Expecting to be really busy with the streaming and the weather forecast as the week propagates, the next week-long period. Because starting today and then going into possibly as late as next Friday, we could be looking at the potential for widespread winds, river flooding, and heavy rainfall over western Washington and western Oregon as well. For anyone along western Oregon that may be interested in this live stream coverage, you know where to find me. Again, all models showing sort of this little wind shadow between Everett and Skagit County here. This is likely where the convergence zone would be forming tonight. So, yeah, strong westerly surge up here affecting parts of Skagit County, San Juan County, Island County, extreme northeastern Jefferson County, and northern Clallam County along the strait. But even in points here along the I-5 corridor from Olympia to Chehalis could also see some isolated gusts of 40 miles per hour or greater beginning tonight. You notice things really pick up around the area this afternoon, where wind gusts in Seattle could get close to 40 miles per hour by the time the sun sets tonight. So, you know, if you haven't already taken some precautions, if you're in this general area here of western Washington, the South Sound mainly, and north of Everett, probably be a good precaution to keep some batteries on standby and keep your devices charged, because wind gusts of this strength could produce isolated power outages, although expecting less power outages since most of the trees have gone bald now. But that doesn't count the huge conifers, evergreens, and pine trees that have not lost their vegetation during this time of the year. Sherry on YouTube is asking today, wind gusts are primarily roughly from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'm going to say between 4 p.m. and 4 a.m. Just looking at some of the chats coming in here as well. Yeah, I got to show you guys the rainfall accumulation maps as well. Luckily, a lot to talk about, so, you know, sit back and hang in tight. You know, the first half hour has really just been talking about the briefing. So I'm gonna, you notice too, if you look at some of those briefing channels around here, like Ben's channel had a 20-minute video today. Even I think Matthew's channel might have had a 10+ minute video today. And Michael's video is a little more brief, but he's on vacation in Florida right now, so it's probably not a given that he's going into super huge detail of this, at least not initially. I believe Michael will be back in town this weekend. But we're going to take a look at some of these rainfall model runs here shortly. Maple Valley checking in. Hello from Milton to Maple Valley. Yeah, glad to answer your question, Sherry. Feel free to ask away as the stream goes on. So this could be a little bit on the high side here. I posted a model like this last night to just show the high side of things. These are probably going to be in the 80th to 90th percentile, which means about a 10 to 20% chance of this actually verifying. But showing winds this strong over an area oriented to the southwest, like the Tacoma Narrow Strait, could hint at some overperformance in some of these areas like Point Defiance, Skyline, University Place, Lakewood, Gig Harbor, Fox Island, Anderson Island, and surrounding areas too. So we'll be watching the Tacoma Narrows Airport Station for wind gusts tonight just to see how it performs. Then winds backing off a little bit, but still quite breezy going into the early morning hours tomorrow morning. Now let's look at estimated rainfall amounts coming up. And see, not very much over the next 18 hours according to the HRRR model here. But in order to get a better gauge at this, we'll have to go over to the NAM, which goes out to 60 hours. So make sure, yep, we're on the recent imagery here. We go out to 60 hours, and you notice, okay, yeah, it's not too impressive. It's not as impressive as it was showing before. A lot of rain shadowing here over the usual area, but a bit broader in coverage there. And only around a 1/4 inch to 0.4 inches in some spots, even around a 1/2 inch or greater here in the Bremerton area, to near Bremerton National Airport out here. But otherwise, pretty modest rainfall amounts for your average run-of-the-mill rainy day around the Puget Sound. Of course, much higher up here in the mountains, though, where some areas along the Skagit River Valley, for example, could see a whopping 10 to 11 inches of precipitation over the next 60 hours. Now, we're hoping most of this will be in the form of snow up here, but it's looking like it'll be in the form of rain towards the west, which is bad news for those rivers again. Just something we'll really have to hone in on over the coming days. But just wait, this is going to shock you guys. One of the main models that the NWS uses is the NBM or blend of models. It's a high resolution ensemble model. It takes data from all of the models shown, or at least most of the model guidance shown here, and it averages it out into one mean solution. Now just look as we go into hour 239. Over the mountains, you're reading that right. That is 2 feet of precipitation over the Cascades, and similar over the Olympics, where some areas could get up to 2 feet and possibly higher over the Olympics too. Along the coast, 8 to 10 inches of precipitation, all falling in the form of rain over the next 10 days. Picking up on a good rain shadow over here on Island County, but even with that rain shadow, look at that. Almost 4 inches of precipitation over Camano and Whidbey Islands. Down here in the South Sound and along the I-5 corridor, showing some areas close to 10 inches, which over 10 days is an average of almost an inch per day from Tacoma southward down to Longview and even down to Portland as well. See, in the South Cascades, some insane numbers coming up. This would be detrimental to river flooding for Olympics and Cascades rivers running off into the river valleys here. So just something to really be mindful of. So look at some other ensemble mean forecasts. We're going to go look at total plumes here. And a bit less here on the European ensemble, but still considerable over the mountains. This is, of course, due to some resolution issues. This isn't a high-resolution model compared to the National Blend of models, which is around the 2.5 kilometer resolution, up there with the high-resolution CAM models we were looking at earlier, including the HRRR and the NAM. So that's what the European is showing over the next 228 hours. The AI forecast system has been really starting to adapt to these forecasts much better than the traditional models. It is quickly becoming one of the more reliable forecast models to use. And again, showing over 1 foot of total precipitation. This could be in the form of rain, snow, a mix, ice, you name it. This is just a culmination of what could be coming up very soon. And again, showing over 6 inches, up to 7 inches as you go up north into the Mount Vernon area, with a little more rain shadowing over San Juan County and Island County. Kim Leonard on Facebook, Enumclaw, Buckley getting 40 plus wins during each of these events. Possibly. I'm going to give it around a 50 to 60% chance. So not great, but not zero. I will say that. Sorry, I'm just kind of distracted by some of the chat going on in the Pacific Northwest Weather Discord. But yeah, they're talking about how the models are trending up on wind, coincidentally, as you were saying that, Kim. I can show you that one more time later on, but I do want to talk about this precipitation real quick. You know, the model's still rendering here, and we're out to 246 hours now, so over 10 days. And again, the model's still showing over 6 inches here south of the Tacoma, all the way down to Portland. So this could really bolster those river levels along some susceptible rivers like the Skookumchuck, Newaukum, and Chehalis down here. You know, just something else to really keep your eyes on. Even the Deschutes here in Olympia as well. But we'll go take a look at the river projections as well as the days go on. You notice as each 6-hour frame renders here, the amounts just keep going up. And the deterministics are even crazier. If we look at the AI forecast deterministic here, to go out to the 360-hour run, this is all the way out to the morning of December 20th. Just some insane numbers here. 7.8 inches Tacoma, 8.3 inches Seattle, 10.7 inches in Mount Vernon. Even 10.6 up in areas like Abbotsford, BC. 10.8 inches of precipitation out here in Hoquiam. If we go out to a more realistic range, like, let's go through Friday's event here, out to 8 days. Still showing some pretty substantial precipitation amounts. 7.3 inches over Hoquiam, 5.4 inches over Tacoma. Down here in the Chehalis area, whopping 7.29 inches possible, according to what the AI forecast system has to show. Again, considerable amounts here in the mountains, which is likely to fall mostly in the form of rain, which would be terrible news for these rivers running off the Cascades. You know, Snoqualmie, Stillaguamish, Skagit, Skykomish will be watching you extremely closely. Ashley Getz on Facebook, I really appreciate you breaking things down so well. Always running here to check your page when I see icky weather coming in. Thank you, Ashley, for tuning in, and thank you for being a page supporter as well. Ashley is a page subscriber here on Facebook, so she pledges 99 cents per month to make sure Puget Sound Stormwatch runs smoothly during times of inclement weather, to give you guys the most important weather information as fast as possible. So thank you to people like Ashley for tuning in and helping out. Much appreciated. So all the way through the European. Let's see what the traditional European shows. Showing a little less through the next Saturday time frame, over 192 hours, but around the same here in the Cascades, just less down here for the Puget Sound lowlands. This only has about 3.6 inches for Seattle and surrounding areas, so a much stronger rain shadow here, which could also be due to the lower resolution of this model. But we have to get within about 2 days of the events happening to look at high-res model guidance, which has a better grasp on terrain exaggeration around here. So I don't 100% trust what these deterministic models are showing right now. But even then, still, look at south of Tacoma here through Olympia, down into Longview. Over 5 inches, 6+ inches likely around the I-5 corridor south of Tacoma here over the next 8 days. And heavy rainfall over the mountains again. Now, still a question of whether most of this will be snow or rain, but it's looking like we're leaning more towards rain. So just a little heads up, that is not great for river flooding conditions. Now, while we're on the European, I'll go ahead and show the wind forecast again since someone asked about that. European is usually the best model in most of the weather forecasters' opinion around here, and myself as well. The European has done a great job 80 to 90% of the time of showing the general wind risk around the area. And here in the Enumclaw area, yes, it is showing between 35 and 40 mile per hour gusts now. This would be between 4 and 10 p.m. tonight, and similar between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. going into tomorrow morning. And see some of these red areas popping up as well over parts of the South Sound and Kitsap Peninsula, including Belfair, which is right around here. 45 miles per hour possible between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. and up to 43 miles per hour possible over parts of downtown Tacoma along Commencement Bay between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. tonight. So just a little heads up. This is, again, leaning more towards the higher end. This is probably the 50th to 70th percentile. So around 30 to 50% confidence that we'll see wind gusts max out as the European showing here. The bigger story is going to be the westerly surge, where a wind advisory is in effect for Island County. We'll go into more of that here in just a second too. We'll go over the culmination of alerts, but for now, I want to switch over to the Atmospheric River website. This is the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, run by University of California, San Diego. You notice here I'm on the U.S. national model, the GEFS extended model here, and the control forecast is showing some spots of Category 5 atmospheric river potential over the next week. Again, this isn't one event. This is a culmination of events over the next 7 days. As shown, valid between 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time today and 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time a week from today on Friday, December 12th. Those red dots, those are Category 5. But if you go to the ensemble, it's leaning more towards Category 4. And if you switch over to the European model, European data imagery too, it actually has some areas downgraded to Category 3 on the control. But the ensemble kind of flips the script here. Category 3 potential on the north coast and most of the Oregon coast, but Category 4 is still expected here along the central and southern Washington coast. So pretty good confidence in at least a Category 4 atmospheric river event impacting the coast over the next 7 days. We can also shift these metrics inland as well. So if we go into the foothills here, let's go back to that model that was really showing Category 5 along the coast. Showing Category 4 atmospheric river conditions inland and along the Cascade foothills. And as we go into the inland northwest, it's even showing Category 4 on the other side of the Cascades over the next week. In the interior west, Category 3 atmospheric river conditions expected over Big Sky country. So this is a pretty big event for sure. If we're getting Category 3 conditions all the way out into Big Sky country, it's got to be a pretty big deal coming up. So yeah. Sarah Ditchler, excuse me if I butchered your last name. We do still have wind coming tonight area wide, especially if you're in Whidbey Island and surrounding areas, where that wind advisory is in effect. Ashley Getz says, can you post the Ko-Fi link? I'd love to donate a little bit extra. Oh yeah, gladly. Yeah, so ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you, Ken Moffitt, for your donation 17 hours ago. Post that again here on Facebook as well as YouTube. Yeah, I'll take any donations possible right now due to the budget starting to tighten. Hoping I can still do this full time, but I don't know. Times are getting tight, and I want to be sure to be able to deliver the most up-to-date forecast to you as quick as possible without interruption. Which is why I'm doing an early morning live stream. If I still would have been at my job with Safeway, I wouldn't be able to do this right now. I'd be working. So I'm blessed to get the opportunity to present this to you guys full time. So someone asked about Ravensdale area wind. Oh yeah, we're locking it in. All right, so yeah, Ravensdale area winds 40 plus miles per hour possible. The general range is going to be between 35 to 40 miles per hour, but the strongest winds could likely be just east of you. See, between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. tonight, it's showing winds in the Ravensdale, Maple Valley, Black Diamond, and Hobart area being a little over 40 miles per hour. This is out of the southwest direction, by the way, so not the usual east direction that you guys are accustomed to. So just as a heads up, some areas that are protected from east winds may get a little bit of this blow from the southwest. These showing wind gusts over 50 miles per hour possible along I-90 east of Issaquah towards the pass. There's even some wind advisories and a couple of high wind warnings out here for eastern Washington as well with this upcoming event. Yeah. American control run on the models here showing a possible Category 5 for parts of the central and southern Washington coast over the next 7 days, which would be insane. Let's make sure I have the most up-to-date information on the river forecast here. And yep, that is right. You see two purples here. Those are major flooding forecasts for the Snohomish River near Monroe and the Snoqualmie River just outside of Carnation here. They just bumped up the Grays River near Rossburg here to moderate flooding in the forecast, which was at minor flooding earlier. This could be crucial for a lot of you guys, so pay extra attention to what I'm about to say here. To pull up some forecast gauges here. So the Snohomish River near Monroe. Major flood stage is 17 feet, and this is forecast to hit 17.43 feet, which is 0.43 feet above flood stage. Sometime around 4 a.m. on Thursday the 11th, after that huge deluge of moisture comes through on Wednesday. So major flooding potential along the Snohomish River, where it meets the Snoqualmie and the Skykomish here, just outside of Monroe. Snoqualmie River near Carnation could actually flirt a couple times with major flooding. This has it eclipsing 0.02 feet over major flood stage by 4 a.m. December 11th. And the first time between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Tuesday the 9th after that Monday system comes through. Could flirt within a few inches of major flood stage here along the Snoqualmie just outside of Carnation. Minor flooding expected for the Tolt River upstream, though, in Carnation. So we'll be watching this. This could turn over to major flooding. Few other rivers getting close to major flooding around the area, but the Skokomish, which usually floods the most, is expected to get a little bit above moderate flooding before it dips down. This would be a peak crest of 17.64 feet by 4 a.m. Tuesday, December 9th. Looks like we received a donation. Guessing that's from you, Ashley. No, it is actually a $5 donation from Joshua Stone. So thank you. Thank you for your generous donation. Very much appreciated. So yeah, that's the Skokomish near Potlatch. The Cowlitz River near Randall, also getting awfully close here to major flooding. The peak crest is 21.9 feet at 4 a.m. Thursday, December 11th, which is 0.1 feet or a whopping 1.2 inches below major flood stage, which is 22 feet. So if we have this atmospheric river aimed at us for more than a day, then we could definitely get close, if not exceed, major flooding here along the Cowlitz near Randall. Minor flooding forecast at the falls here. Could get close to moderate flooding. This is showing, I believe this is, hang on a second here, I'm drawing a blank. Bad time to draw a blank. I believe, I'd like to say it's kilo cubic feet per second. I believe so, but this is cubic feet per second multiplied by 1,000. That's what it's trying to show. I guess I'm just not used to the orientation of the units here. Usually it shows cubic feet per second, but not kilo cubic feet per second. This is over 29,100 cubic feet per second, which is pushing it towards moderate flood stage, which is 31,000 kilocubic feet per second. So pretty close to moderate flood stage here at the falls. This would be Tuesday, December 9th at 4 a.m. These are in 6-hour intervals, by the way. So we're not currently close enough in time to get the observations. Just a 6-hour quarterly day forecast. Ashley says, nope, wasn't me yet. Going to donate after stream so I don't miss anything. Yeah, sounds good, Ashley. Yeah, thank you again for your kind generosity. We have the Skykomish here near Gold Bar, upstream, closer to some of the mountains expected to get the heavier precip. And a couple of times we flirt over moderate stage here, but not quite up to major flood stage. We'll crest around 17.5 to 17.6 feet by 4 a.m. Tuesday. Recede down into minor flood stage, and then another crest again with the max current forecast crest of 17.62 feet by 4 p.m. on Wednesday. So this is Monday's system, a little bit of a break Tuesday, and then again with the max peak with Wednesday's system, which is currently oriented towards us, which is bad news for these rivers. Not a great forecast if you're in low-lying areas near these rivers. Snohomish River at Snohomish. This one does have an hourly updated forecast though, so a little bit more accurate time-wise here. But this is another one that's getting very close to major flooding here. This has it around 9 a.m. on Thursday, reaching just 0.07 feet, which is about 8.4 inches below major flood stage. So another one that could flirt with major flood stage in the event we get heavier rains than forecast. That is the Snohomish near Snohomish. Up here at the Skagit River near Concrete, another one getting awfully close to major flood stage here. Major flood stage is 32.5 feet, moderate is 30 feet. This has 32.35 feet at around 4 p.m. on Tuesday, so after Monday's system starts to blow out of the area. This is 0.15 feet, or let's do the math real quick, about 1.8 inches below major flood stage. So it's going to be right on the cusp there as well. And a little bit of a receding on Wednesday. And then Thursday morning, we go back into moderate flood stage with a crest of around 30.68 feet. 0.68 feet, or the 8.16 inches. Don't ask me how I do that math in my head. Above moderate flood stage. And then we dip down with a little bit of a reprieve on Friday around the area. And then the last major river of concern out here. Currently don't have much concerns for the Stillaguamish, amazingly. But the rivers literally to the south and north do have potential flood alerts coming up. But not the Stillaguamish. These are for action stage, which is below minor flood stage. Just means be ready for the potential of minor flooding, but minor flooding is not forecast right now. Just basically means, get ready, get set in case there is flooding. Last major river of concern here in Western Washington, a major concern, is Skagit River near Mount Vernon. Again, trending up just shy of that major flood stage of 32 feet. It's 31.83 feet at around 10 a.m. on Wednesday, during the peak of that next atmospheric river system on Wednesday. And then again, trending up towards moderate forecasts here with Thursday, but then receding back down to safe levels after that. Keith Capolero, good morning to you. Thank you again for tuning in on short notice. And then we'll go over the minor flooding rivers as well. Nisqually River near National, one of those new rivers just put in the minor flood alert. This one is measured in cubic feet per second, or kilocubic feet per second, rather than feet above flood stage. So it also does show feet here at 10.1 feet, but see, notice it doesn't show feet here on the flood stages. It just shows river flow in the units of kilocubic feet per second. So this has you between minor and moderate flood stage, but you should stay safely below moderate flood stage. If you're along the Nisqually here near National. So this is near the Nisqually entrance into Mount Rainier National Park. Minor flooding forecast. Minor flooding also forecasted for the Skookumchuck near Bucota. Could just get over minor flooding, just a little bit. Literally like 0.05 feet above minor flood stage. So potential low-end minor flooding possible for the Skookumchuck near Bucota, Washington. This would be at 10 p.m. on Thursday after that atmospheric river system on Wednesday. Then we have the Chehalis River up here at Porter, just southeast of the town of Elma, expected to hit minor flood stage by Friday. Actually, by Thursday, and then continuing in through Friday. But safely should safely be below moderate flood stage. All right, Chehalis River near Grand Mound, a bit further upstream. Again, minor flooding is forecast, but a bit of a leveling out as we go through Thursday, so not expected to get much higher than 142 feet. So it should stay below the moderate flood stage of 142.5 feet with this event. Expecting minor flooding to begin around 10 p.m. Wednesday with this river. It'll be an action stage by Tuesday, which is just that area, which means, okay, you have about 2.5 feet of clearance here before you start to hit minor flooding stage. That's what that is showing here. And then the Newaukum near Chehalis as well. Newaukum could get close to moderate flood stage here at around 203.98 feet, which is around a half foot or about 6 inches, a little over 6 inches from hitting moderate flood stage by around Wednesday at 10 p.m. So watching a lot of these rivers out here for the potential for some flooding. Good news is the rivers around the central Puget Sound and foothills here in the South Puget Sound are only expected to hit action stage, which means no flooding is expected at the moment. Most of these rivers will still be a foot or greater below flood stage, which is great news down here. And a lot of the rivers in this immediate area, including the Puyallup at Puyallup, are not expecting any flooding whatsoever, not even action stage, at least initially. Keith Evans says, did you see just before the power went out over northern Queen Charlotte Islands, the wind was north at 84 miles per hour? Thinking there will be a sunrise blow for western Snohomish and Skagit counties tonight. Yeah, out of the west. Sorry, you guys may hear the leaf blowers going outside. They're doing some lawn maintenance while we have a little bit of a break in the pattern here. I did not see any wind gusts. Oh, looks like there goes my ring. That means they're blowing away the leaves just outside my door here. Yeah, that's a good time to go over the observations too. So think of this as a little segue towards current observations and alerts. These are 24-hour precip amounts, and look at down here in Portland and along the coast. And now they're setting off my car alarm too. That's great. Look at this. 3.5, just shy of 3.5 inches here in this flood advisory zone. This is currently where the moisture plume is aimed at, which is why the NWS in Portland put a little aerial flood advisory out until 1 p.m. this afternoon. But even here in parts of Clark County, going up into the southern Cascades, over 3 inches in some spots in 24 hours. Up here in this area, bouncing around quite a bit. Most of the region is over a 1/4 inch over the last 24 hours. Along the coast, some areas eclipsing a 1/2 inch. Go take a look at wind gusts right now. 30 miles per hour here at Everett Payne Field. So getting quite gusty right in the nick of time over in the Everett area. Then 51 here at Mount Rainier National Park. That is to be expected, so no surprise there. A little bit breezy here along the I-5 corridor. We're already up to 26 miles per hour with a max of 29 miles per hour here at Tacoma Narrows, which again is one of those south-southwest and north-northeast oriented corridors. And then a few gusts over 20 miles per hour around much of the Puget Sound right now. Here in Coupeville at the airport, gusting to 28 miles per hour right now out of the southeast. But once that system draws in closer, the winds will shift to out of the west. Let's go take a look at max wind gusts and see if we can see what Keith was talking about here. Well, we have 45 miles per hour here in Haida Gwaii, 43 in Abui, 49 way off here in No Man's Land. Yeah, I'm not sure where that station was recording from, but forecasts have been slowly trending up. And see, we just hit 50 miles per hour here. No, that's the max. Never mind that. But max wind gust since midnight is 50 miles per hour here at Crystal Mountain near Chinook Pass. And then 51 miles per hour here at Mount Rainier Sunrise. So these are all max wind gusts since midnight so far. 32 here at Everett Payne Field, 26 Hansville, 31 here in South Camino Island. And not too much over Whidbey yet, but that will be changing as the afternoon goes on. And 29 here at Tacoma Narrows as well. We'll see max of 64 here at Camp Muir and Mount Rainier National Park. So now let's go over a recap of some of the alerts. So far from a briefing, I've been on here almost an hour. I'm still talking about sort of the precursor to our talk here. Yeah, Keith says quiet up here. I believe it. Still have a lot of people asking for individual spots on Facebook. So if I don't get to your question, I'm sorry. It's just, it's just going to be extremely difficult to pinpoint these forecasts. Just, understand that can only really predict the range for this area. But I'll see what I can do for you guys. I will see what I can do. Let's go over the alert analysis. And wow, my voice is already starting to get hoarse. So bear with me, guys. If my voice starts to crack, just hang in. Bear with me. Very northern tip of the island. Looks like the power was knocked out. There's a low moving between Vancouver and the Canadian mainland. Yeah, that low will be making a close approach too. That's if you guys were here when I was looking at the isobars. You saw anywhere between a 4 to 6 millibar gradient over parts of the Puget Sound, which would certainly kick up the winds quite a bit, especially over the waters. When that gradient moves down through the Strait of Juan de Fuca, that's when the westerly surge is going to really pick up tonight. Christy Hullman, good morning. Thank you for tuning in. Mary Downs asks, what about Linwood? Expecting some locally strong winds out of the southwest up there, but your area could be in a wind shadow from the Olympics. So between the King-Snohomish County line up towards the Skagit-Snohomish County line could be in sort of a wind shadow where you get less winds due to the more westerly orientation of the winds coming around the Olympics. But north and south of you, expecting some breezy to blustery winds tonight. And that brown here, this is the wind advisory for Island County. And brand new hydrologic outlook issued as well. It's just restating what the old one showed, but it's active until further notice. Let's look at the wind advisory text real quick for Island County. Corey Geisler says, thinking about heading to Copalis Beach today, is that not smart? I will say go at your own risk. It's not looking overly breezy along the coast. Most of the wind is going to be focused on the Strait of Juan de Fuca and Whidbey Island area, but quite breezy here in the South Sound as well. So I will say watch out for the threat of coastal flooding as well. Luckily, it's going to be minor. It's not going to be anything like we saw earlier in November with the king tides and the really deep atmospheric pressure. Just going to be somewhat low atmospheric pressure combined with king tides, but not expecting the king tides to be nearly as potent as last month. All right, so let's go through the text here. So it's showing west winds 15 to 25 miles per hour sustained with gusts up to 45 miles per hour expected. So it's literally the bare minimum for an advisory to be put out. But I feel like judging by what the models are going through over the next 24 hours and what they have been showing overnight into this morning, this may actually be underdoing the amounts. It could be upwards of 50 to 55, possibly even higher for some spots along the West Whidbey Island coast. I think this is being conservative when it comes to max wind gust amounts up here in Island County. So it goes into effect at 1 p.m., so you have about 2 hours to get ready before winds really start to pick up sharply. Also, sneaker waves, as Keith said. Yeah, sneaker waves, rogue waves. They don't have any high surf advisories out right now, which is good news. Saying the strongest winds are expected to remain from Fort Casey State Park northwards. And winds will peak overnight. So that's for Island County. For those who are interested, winter weather advisory for the Central Cascades, including Stevens Pass here. Total snow accumulations 5 to 10 inches with winds gusting to 35 miles per hour, which is literally like right around blizzard conditions up here. This is from 7 p.m. tonight to 10 p.m. Saturday. So starting out initially snowy, and let me make sure I'm in the right zone here because it bled off into Chelan County there. Let's make sure we're in the right zone here. Cascades of Snohomish and Northern King. There we go. And see, they actually upped the snowfall amounts by 1 inch in the range. 6 to 11 inches at Stevens Pass possible between 7 p.m. tonight and 10 p.m. Saturday. Now, the more precipitation we can have fall in the form of snow, the better off we're going to be for the downstream rivers in the north end of Western Washington. Can't say the same for the central end, where it's mostly rain expected for Snoqualmie Pass and White Pass, due to the higher snow levels above Stevens. Also details the conversion zone as well. They allow for snowfall rates to meet or exceed 1 inch per hour at times, with gusty winds as well. Notice the 35 mile per hour wind gusts. This is like right on the cusp of blizzard criteria. And then I believe these are gale warnings now. Yeah. So gale warnings for the central North Washington coast, Strait of Juan de Fuca. Let me see what these alerts are. Yeah, gale warning here. And then upgraded to gale warnings for the interior waters between San Juan County, Whatcom County, and Skagit County here, up towards Point Roberts as well. So 1 p.m. this afternoon to 10 a.m., a gale warning expected for the coastal and parts of the inland waters. This does not include the Puget Sound and Hood Canal, though. Southwesterly winds 20 to 30 knots to about 23 to 35 miles per hour, with gusts up to 35 knots or 40 miles per hour. So just reaching gale warning criteria here. Northern inland waters, including the San Juan Islands, from 1 p.m. this afternoon to 10 a.m. Saturday. So if you know any mariners out there right now, tell them be advised, gale warnings are in effect. But small craft advisories down here for the Puget Sound, which is less of a threshold compared to gale warnings. 30 knots or only about 35 miles per hour. But localized gusts up to gale status expected in some isolated areas. And the models are showing some possible gales down here in the narrow strait. So be watching for that as well in the short term. See some comments coming in on Facebook. How's Gray Harbor County looking? Well, we're going over the coastal flood alerts right now. So coastal flood advisories, there's technically 3 different advisories here for 3 different times. So we'll go over them carefully. And even this part down here is NWS Portland. So that could also be a different time as well. So by definition, 4 different coastal flood advisories here in Washington State. Christy Holloman says, I really appreciate the time you put into this. I live in Hump Tulips and the weather apps are not even close to accurate. Yeah, I believe it. Adam Ferris, welcome in. We'll post as I can today when I get a moment. Definitely a bit breezy out here in Edmonds near the... Is that... near the PCC? That's not Peninsula Community College, is it? I think that's across the waters. Feel free to correct me on what PCC means. Is that something relating to the ferry? Why are they increasing the winds for Vancouver Island? Just because model confidence is leaning towards more of a moderate end event for a lot of the area. So the wind gusts have been going up incrementally overnight and this morning too. I'm seeing a lot of talk from my Pacific Northwest weather friends as well. All right, let's see, where was I here? Yeah, someone said even the ensemble mean is showing around 58 mile per hour gusts for Whidbey Island. Starting to uptrend the winds, which is just, man, not looking good. I don't know, folks. With the possibility of tidal overflow, too, I do have some concern for some of my Whidbey Island folks. Crystal Marie, what times are the winds supposed to pick up? Starting to pick up right now around the area. I have this site also has surface observation data as well. And we can go to current wind gusts. Getting a little breezy here around the area, closing in on 30 miles per hour for some spots. But right now, the winds are mostly offshore around this area. So you're coming out of the southeast, and this is probably why you're kicking up your winds tonight, Mark Skelton, if you're still watching on YouTube. No warnings, which is strange for Vancouver Island. Yeah, I have nothing to do with Environment Canada, their Environment Canada Climate Center, or ECCC. So this map, I don't believe, shows Environment Canada alerts at the moment, but you could briefly see some of these southeasterlies pick up before that area of low pressure starts to slide down to the southeast, and that's going to bring the pressure gradient around the area, which could kick up the winds quite substantially overnight. But the winds will really start to pick up in the early afternoon time and peak overnight. So some areas, depending on how the winds really perform here over parts of Whidbey Island, could wake up with no power in the higher end of events. So let's go over the coastal flood advisory for the inland areas here. Minor coastal flooding expected 2 feet above ground level possible. It's for San Juan County, Western Whatcom County, Western Skagit, Northwestern Snohomish. Island County is not included in the coastal flood advisory. This is from 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow, so this does not go into effect until 4 a.m. tomorrow for those areas. Around 8 a.m. Saturday at high tide. So these areas in green as shown here, not including Island County. We have an additional coastal flood advisory along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. This also includes the northern Washington coast, so the coast of Jefferson and Tuolumne counties, including but not limited to La Push, Quileute, Neah Bay, and Queets. Also, minor coastal flooding expected around 2 to 2.5 feet above ground level until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So this alert is currently in effect. It went into effect at 9 a.m. for the North Coast and Strait of Juan de Fuca. So minor tidal overflow possible through 3 p.m. High tide around noon, so in the next hour. Be careful if you're along the waters here. Says we have 2 short-term coastal flood advisories. I believe one is for Saturday and the other for today. Yeah, so first coastal flood advisory, 2 to 2.5 feet above ground level. This includes areas such as Westport, Cohasset Beach, Grayland, Ocean Shores, Tahola, Copalis Beach, Pacific Beach, Ocean City, and Seabrook. Julie said, sorry, just got in. What's my purple mean? Are you talking about the purple on this map? Or are you talking about the purple on the river map? Because the purple on river map is major flooding forecasted. So I'll go over that one more time if you'd like me to clarify that. No advisory going out. Wind gusts around the greater Puget Sound are not expected to hit wind advisory criteria right now. Although models are hinting at it, there's no 100% confidence that all models are showing it. There's still quite a bit of spread, and the European is a little more generous. Even though it's showing some areas of up to 45 miles per hour, it's not high confidence. Not confident enough for the NWS to put out a longer fuse advisory. Like, the only area with high confidence right now for wind advisory level criteria winds is Island County, including Camano and Whidbey Islands. Like Keith said, if you see a flooded road, turn around, don't drown. What about Vaughan Gig Harbor? Those areas could see locally stronger winds tonight, just as a little heads up. So this is the European model here. Oh, yes, this one. Okay. If you mean this one. Purple is anywhere between 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts for the dark purple. Light purple is anywhere really between 30 and 35, and the darker blue purple hue right here, sort of like an indigo color, is 25 to 30. It'll give you a rough estimation if you look down here at the legend down below here. So see blue going into indigo, sort of. This could be even a fuchsia. If you guys want to nitpick me on the color scheme, feel free, go right ahead. Already 36 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for tuning in. And 16 viewers here on YouTube. So doing really good here on YouTube so far. We get advisory and get nothing wind-wise. Now that they haven't sent one, now I'm worried. Reverse psychology. Christopher Tobert, greetings from Cannon Beach, Oregon. Yeah, you're getting a lot of that precipitation right now, while most of Western Washington is just getting some passing showers at the moment. So we got notification of payment received. Another $5 donated by Robert LeBeau. Thank you, if you're watching, Robert, for your generous donation of a coffee. Much appreciated. I see people still commenting on the statuses. Let me make sure we're... let's see here. Notifications are kind of going ballistic right now for obvious reasons. They have a lot of people asking for pinpoint locations. I won't be able to get to all of them. That's why I'm including ranges for you guys. But let's see, over Vaughan area, this is showing the area where we could potentially get some of the strongest winds down here in the South Sound tonight. We go over to high-res imagery here. Let's see the most recent run of the HRRR 3KM. Trending down a little bit, but still showing between 35 to 45 mile per hour gusts along the Key Peninsula area. 18Z's coming out right now, and it may show a different story. The 18Z for 9 p.m. has your area highlighted between 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts in the Vaughan, Key Peninsula, and Key Center area. That table though, wow, 2937 on YouTube. Hello from Whidbey Island. Your area is going to be under the gun for some strong winds tonight. So hopefully you have everything prepared. This will be the first really inaugural test of your Christmas decorations to check whether they're enforced properly. Heavy rain this morning, now drizzle and low clouds in Ladysmith. The previous map was flooding. If you're talking about this one, this previous map is the flood forecast for area rivers. Going to keep refreshing this to make sure we have the most up-to-date information. And yeah, not much has changed. Major flooding expected for the Snohomish River near Monroe and the Snoqualmie River near Carnation. Go over this one more time real quick. This has the Snohomish River near Monroe peaking at 17.43 feet by 4 a.m. on Thursday, December 11th. This is 0.43 feet above major flood stage. Catherine Loudon or Loudoun, is there going to be any flooding in Gig Harbor? Not expecting any coastal flooding from tidal overflow or king tides, but could have some localized aerial flooding due to ponding in the roads and among storm drainages. So just make sure your storm drains and gutters are cleared out before Monday. That is my best advice to you. This has the Snoqualmie River near Carnation peaking at just 0.02 feet, which is literally like a fraction of an inch above major flood stage by 4 a.m. on Thursday. And then moderate flooding, some of these could get up to major flooding though. All of the moderate flooding have the capability of getting up to major flooding at short notice. Along the Skykomish, Skagit. So yes, Skagit. I saw someone, I think on Facebook, talking about the Skagit River. Or was it YouTube? I swear I just saw someone talking about Skagit. Not sure where it is though. Sorry if I missed you. But Skagit could reach major flood stage. Like literally 0.17 feet below major flood stage here near Mount Vernon. And 0.15 feet below major flood stage here at Concrete. This would be Tuesday at 4 p.m. This one would be Wednesday at 10 a.m. The orange boxes here are minor flooding in the forecast. And the yellow means action stage. So it just means, on your mark. If you count on your mark, get ready, get set, go. This would be on your mark. So not flooding, but the possibility for minor flooding in higher end events. So it just means no flooding expected, but watch out. You'll see the river crest start to get a little higher towards the danger zone, but not quite there. Judy Ray, how's flooding looking for Gold Bar around Big Bend? Well, we have the Skykomish River station near Gold Bar. This is one of those ones that should stay out of major flood stage, but will eclipse at major flood stage a couple of times over the next week. So watch these ones very closely here. You have a first crest of around 17.57 feet by 4 a.m. Tuesday. This is 0.57 feet above moderate flood stage. And the highest crest is going to be at 17.62 feet. This is a forecast. Again, this is a forecast, and this will change. Around this Wednesday at 4 p.m., 17.62 feet, which is 0.62 feet above moderate flood stage. So you zoom in, you get a few more of these stations here, but no flooding forecast and no flooding occurring at the moment for those. Really nice interactive map. If you guys want to check it out here, it's water.noaa.gov. So see, water.noaa.gov. If you guys want to look for yourself. The first atmospheric river coming in two different parts. By definition, we are in the first atmospheric river right now. The first part was yesterday, and that gave a lot of us around a ½ inch plus of precipitation. The second part was expected to hit us today, but has sort of sunk down into Oregon. So Oregon's getting a part 2 of this area right now. If we look on visible satellite imagery right now, you can see the cloud bank is aimed at the entire Pacific Northwest. The bulk of moisture is curving down a little bit, with the positioning of this high pressure being a little more offshore than it was yesterday, and or a little bit farther to the south. It could be either one. This is allowing the atmospheric river, the plume of moisture here, to curve down a little farther south. So see, we have some showers and some rain here, mainly over the Cascades, but relatively dry over the lowlands at the moment. But over the Willamette River Valley in the Coast Range of Oregon, getting absolutely ram-racked with rain right now. Ramshackled. Yeah, by definition, today and yesterday were the first of at least 3 atmospheric river events over the next week. Next one's probably going to be a 2-part hit, Sunday into Monday and Wednesday into Thursday. Debbie Frosch, good morning. Steady rain in Burlington. Wind chimes totally still for now. Water puddling in Cedro Woolley on 20th at Metcalf. Yeah, that's one of the areas we'll be watching as well for some possible river flooding. And I'll go over that real quickly for you since you're just tuning in, Debbie. But this is the gauge for the Skagit River near Mount Vernon. And just a heads up, this is predicting a moderate flooding with a chance at possibly eclipsing major flooding here early Wednesday morning. You'll likely be in action stage between 4 and 10 a.m. on Tuesday, and then getting to minor flooding down there by 4 p.m. on Tuesday, and quickly getting into moderate flooding by 10 p.m. with a crest of around 31.83 feet, which is 0.17 feet below major flooding. And then cresting again here in moderate flood stage after Wednesday's event, at around 4 p.m. or so, between 10 a.m. and just got an updated forecast there. That's what that was. Okay. So no major changes since that, but between about 10 a.m. and midnight on Thursday, you could also be at moderate flooding down here in the Mount Vernon area. This goes up to the Skagit River near Concrete as well. So we're expecting moderate flooding possible all along the Skagit River Valley, all the way down to its delta near La Conner. Yeah, I'll have to get to your guys' individual comments on the post later, but could check and update one of those most recent comments. All right, Kara Lee in Facebook, are you in the chat right now? Kara Lee? Don't believe so. Between Burlington and Concrete. Okie doke. Let's get right back to it, shall we? Let's see, where's my cursor? I have 4 different screens, so I sometimes lose the cursor. Only expecting action stage, so no flooding currently anticipated for the Stillaguamish anywhere along it. No flooding for the Sauk River as well. But moderate flooding with a chance of major flooding along the Skykomish. Major flooding possible along the Snohomish near Monroe, just southwest of town. And major flooding also anticipated for the Snoqualmie River near Carnation. So heads up to any of my Carnation folks, or if you know anyone in Carnation, go ahead and give them the buzz. Could get just a hair above major flood stage on Thursday morning here in the Carnation city limits. So yeah, I remember we were going over coastal flood alerts as well. So 2 different coastal flood advisories. The first one, which is currently in effect, expires at 2:15 p.m., which is weird because it says the expected end time of 3 p.m., but the expiration date is 2:15. So that means it actually ends officially at 3 p.m. today. So from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. today, coastal flood advisory for coastal Grays Harbor County, including but not limited to Taholah, Moclips, Pacific Beach, Ocean City, Ocean Shores, Seabrook, Cohasset Beach, and Grayland. So all the way down to the Pacific County border here and up to the Jefferson County border. Minor tidal overflow possible till 3 p.m. Then that second alert goes into effect. Ooh, I just got jump scared there. Debbie Frosch, thank you for your donation of 200 stars. Very much appreciated. Appreciate all the donations so far, you guys. Thank you. All goes into making sure Puget Sound Storm Watch runs full time for the near future. We still need a lot of help though, so please consider subscribing on Facebook or becoming a patron if you're interested in helping us in the long term stay afloat. Hoping to do this for a very long time, but only time will tell. So this is the secondary coastal flood advisory. Minor coastal flooding expected around 2 feet above ground level. So this is for 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow. So this is tomorrow's. With high tide around noon today and tomorrow. So high tide's coming up soon for Grays Harbor County. Today and tomorrow we'll be watching those areas for the potential for coastal flooding. And then the one down here is NWS Portland for Pacific County, including but not limited to Tokeland, Raymond Bay Center, Ocean Park, Long Beach, Seaview, Ilwaco, and Nema. First advisory is in effect until 3 p.m., so same time as Grays Harbor County. Total tide up to 11.3 feet at Tokeland Point and 10.6 feet at Tongue Point, but only minor tidal overflow expected. Second one is, again, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow. Same values expected at the same time, around noon for peak tide around there. And this is just the NWS Portland's version of NWS Seattle's hydrologic outlook, which is the green contour all around Western Washington here. But yeah, just a reminder in case you guys missed it. Let's make sure we have the most up-to-date information here. The American model here, the GEFS control forecast, shows areas getting up to Category 5 atmospheric river strength, which is the top of the scale, over the next week, effective from 4 a.m. today to 4 a.m. next Friday. This is just a summation of total atmospheric river events, not just based on one event. So that's just the control, though. The ensemble is between 3 and 4. And if we look at the European control has Category 4 for the North Coast and Category 4 for the extreme southern coast. And the ensembles kind of flip it. So Category 4 for the central and southern Washington coast. We can also change this to go further inland as well. So the foothills are expecting Category 4 atmospheric river strength if you base it off the GEFS control run. And watch how far this travels inland as well. Category 4 for parts of eastern Washington. And even if we go into Big Sky country, it's still showing Category 3 strength for the Rockies. So just a really long fetch of moisture going all the way into Big Sky country. Yeah, I see all of the weather pages, most of the weather pages jumping the gun talking about a Category 5. But that's only one out of the 4 model runs that they give you. So I think that might have been a slightly little premature jump from some of those pages. But you know what? We'll go along with it for now. But 75% of the solutions agree on at least Category 4 strength atmospheric river potential along the Washington and Oregon coasts. That's just what this little map is showing here. Let's see, let's go back to current wind gusts. Not too much going on around the area right now. Some isolated 20 plus mile per hour winds. But again, these are small craft advisories for the coast of Pacific County, Oregon coast. Gale warnings in effect for the central and northern Washington coast out to 60 nautical miles, which is about 69 miles converted from oceanic to regular units. Ken Moffitt says, I'm curious about tomorrow afternoon and evening in Bremerton. Christmas parade thing happening. Yeah, so before we go to that, just a little quick recap of the alerts. Gale warning also in effect through tonight and tomorrow for the coast, the Strait of Juan de Fuca, Salish Sea, and Admiralty Inlet area. And then small craft advisory for wind gusts of 30 knots or about 35 miles per hour through the Puget Sound and Hood Canal and inlet bay areas down here. So yeah, this is really going to be based on your model of choice because the 3 main wind models I use, the European, the HRRR, and the NAM, are showing different results at different times. So really, we're just going to have to average these out to get to that. But Bremerton area is going to be right about there. This is through this afternoon, wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour possible, according to this model. And 18Z is not completely finished yet. So we'll have to go back to the previous 12Z to get back into that range. Tomorrow afternoon, not showing it entirely too breezy around Bremerton. Breezy, but not blustery. Current model right now goes out to 29 hours, and we'll get some more frames as time goes on. But it shows the peak wind gusts for the Bremerton area cooling down early tomorrow morning, before the time of that Christmas parade. So tomorrow afternoon and evening looks breezy. Wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour possible in spots, but nothing higher than 40 expected. Well, nothing higher than 30, but up to 40 and possibly higher tonight, but not tomorrow. It's a good thing that isn't tonight because this model here is showing 44 miles per hour for Bremerton and Port Orchard, which would be crazy for a parade. Out of the southwest, too. Alrighty, let's Here, since the 18Z is rendering, that means in the next hour into hour and a half, we're going to get the new NAM imagery here. Most up-to-date stuff. The NAM model during tonight shows wind gusts a little bit less, but still pushing 45 miles per hour to the southwest. Like, just north of the Black Hills into the Olympics here. You know, Mason County, Kitsap County, Jefferson County, parts of Thurston. Extending into the Key Peninsula as well, where some areas could get over 40 miles per hour. Even Tacoma has over 40 miles per hour by 8 p.m. tonight. And this westerly surge also being picked up quite well up there too. See, this is at midnight, and it shows wind gusts of 59 miles per hour just south of Lopez Island. As we go off to the future, tomorrow night and evening, again, not looking necessarily impactful for the Bremerton area. Just light breeze that could be quite breezy at times. 45 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for liking. If you guys like the stream coverage so far, be sure to share to your friends. And on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, ring that bell for future live stream notifications. I'm expecting to go live pretty much every day except for Sunday. I'm going to be watching football on Sunday, so not expecting to go live Sunday, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, expecting to go live throughout the day at points. The schedule is going to be variable, so it could be a mix of morning and afternoon streams, maybe even 2 streams a day at times. So just a little heads up in case you want the updated forecast. That would be the quickest way to get it, outside of my blog post to Facebook and Patreon. You guys want to see Patreon as well. I have a 7-day free trial going if you want to look at the premium blogs, like Wednesday System continues trending upwards, for example. This one's a premium one. As a guest viewer or a free viewer, you wouldn't be able to see this, but you can try out that premium trial, $1.99 a month after the first 7 days. This is patreon.com/CW/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Link is in the stream description. And if you guys are interested on Facebook, let me know. I'll post the link down below for you guys as well. This would be one of the best ways to help support me outside of donating coffees. Let's refresh this. So yeah, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Robert Bowe, for your donations. Appreciate the forecast and explanations. Thank you for the comprehensive coverage. Thank you guys again for your donations of coffees. Much appreciated. It could get a little breezy again Sunday morning during game time, but luckily the game's being played on the eastern seaboard, so no outdoor impacts expected for the game over here. Yeah, take a shot of water real quick because I don't know if you guys can hear over the mic, but my voice is starting to break up already. Let's actually go look at radar scope real quick first. So yeah, heaviest precipitation is moving over the mountains. It's a shower over Snoqualmie right now. Let me see what the cams are showing up there. So if what the observations are showing is correct, it's probably going to be too warm up there. See, it's already up to 40 here at Stampede, so it's most likely going to be in the form of rain up there at Snoqualmie. Keith, yeah, take care. See you later. Thank you again for tuning in on short notice. For those of you guys tuning in on YouTube, did you guys get live stream notifications today? Just making sure you guys had that bell rung. Now let's pull up the cams real quick here. It's a little bit hard to tell. We'll have to wait for the resolution to go up, but yeah, it looks pretty wet. It's either a slush or a rain falling right now, and it's melting off a lot of that snow. Bad news for the rivers in that area. Really not the solution I wanted for Snoqualmie Pass. Yeah, you see, the resolution just went up, and it's clear as day, just pouring down rain at the summit right now. Not good whatsoever. You can see a lot of ponding already here at, this is the Silver Fir base area. But yeah, the melting here at Snoqualmie is not going to help some of the area rivers, like the Cedar and the Green, for example. Not expected to flood right now, but that could change if this trend keeps up here at Snoqualmie with all this melting snow from prior. I don't like what I'm seeing from Snoqualmie right now. I truly don't like it one bit. Look at what Stevens is doing right now. Stevens may be a little more opportunistic. Not really. Good news is they cleared the snow stake since last night. So that, at least that is improved right now. Nope. Raining at Stevens too. Not good. This camera is always blurred, but yeah, you see that wet pavement? That is not snow falling. Really high snow levels starting out today, which is not a good sign for coming up later in the week. Don't like that one bit. The rain may have actually helped melt most of the snow off of the snow stake, as a matter of fact. Thought maybe these heavier showers would help to drag the snow level down, but looks like the snow level is just too high for these to really have any justice on that. But yeah, raining at the passes right now, all across central and southern Washington. Possibly snowing up here in the North Cascades, but yeah, just not looking good for snow right now for most of the area. I don't know what's going on. I'm having an issue loading my satellite. There might be a data outage up here, potentially. That does happen sometimes. We can at least go take a look at the surface wind models, and you'll see there's this trough moving down into the area. This is going to bring that surge of westerly wind as it moves in closer. Let's see. Center of low pressure stays well out of the area, but it's going to bring a nice pressure gradient in with westerly winds around the area. Southwest around the South Puget Sound and southwest interior, but out of the west elsewhere. These are sustained winds. On the European model, it's showing sustained winds of 40 miles per hour, which would translate close to 60 mile per hour gusts. At times, this is midnight tonight. It's not a great signal for wind. I'm just gonna precaution you guys if you're up in Whidbey Island, San Juan Islands, Dungeness Spit area of Sequim. Just be on the lookout up there. Oh, here's a new update from the Weather Prediction Center as well. Currently, some rain risks in effect and risk for flash flooding. We knew about this one, but they just bumped up day 5 to a slight risk along the coast and southwest interior as well. Kim says this isn't going to stall, is it? The systems the next few days look fairly progressive, so they'll be in and out of here. Monday and Wednesday could be different stories, though. It's a little too soon to tell with high confidence, but we could be looking at long-term heavy rain over much of the area from Monday, possibly into Thursday. Just depends on if the atmospheric river bounces south or not, or if it holds position over Washington. Which we can show this in the model guidance real quick as well. Go show you what the most recent European is showing. So we're going to go look at precipitable water, the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere. So this is our atmospheric river impacting us right now. See, the center of moisture is mainly aimed at northern Oregon right now. Then we're going to take a little break as we go into Saturday. Sunday, starting to kick up again for southern Oregon. And then Monday, just watch this. This is that plume extending all the way from the Philippines, merging with that plume from Hawaii. But there's the Hawaiian plume, and then watch what happens. It's going to get absorbed by that huge plume. They're going to sort of give us rain with compound interest. And then it's just boom, head on smack to the Washington and Oregon coasts Monday afternoon. But then the question is, will it sag south in the Oregon like it's showing, or will this hold up here in Washington? That is the question to be asked right now. But either way, it has it aimed at Washington for, these are in 3-hour intervals, so probably for about 9 hours or so, and then down in the Oregon a little longer, and then the other wave on Wednesday, and then this one has it holding for over 12 hours, regardless of what happens the day before. And then showing the next plume of atmospheric moisture mainly impacting Vancouver Island and northward on Friday. We'll be watching this for a southerly track as well. If this trends south, we could be in for another punch on Friday again. Just relentless atmospheric river activity coming up. This has a fairly progressive, more southern-based atmospheric river next Sunday as well, but that's going to be quick, and that's not going to amount to much when it comes to rainfall. And then we likely don't have to worry about it for some time. There's actually a time frame where we could be watching for some cooler air to dip out of Canada too. Not high confidence yet. This is complete fantasy at the moment, but this could bring some slightly cooler temperatures in. Not enough to talk about widespread snow. So let me pump the brakes on that real quick. Not nearly enough for widespread snow. Kim Leonard says sustained winds also. Yeah, sustained winds will be 10 to 20 miles per hour for most of Western Washington throughout this time, with some breaks between the events here. But yeah, we're mostly just watching these little tight pressure gradients come through. That'll kick up the wind as well. Mark says, is the European model good for wind? In my opinion, yes. And most forecasters will agree with you on that too. Most of the time, it's more accurate than the high-res models, which usually overdo. But there are times like October 25th where the winds caused every models to bust, and it just exceeded expectations by a mile. Not expecting that this time around, though, but you never know. Yeah, looking at things at a closer view. This is Monday into Tuesday. Will this flutter to the south, or will it hang on for Washington State? Either way, we're still going to get above average precipitable water anomalies for this area, but the heaviest of precipitation currently starts out at Washington Monday afternoon and then sags down to Oregon, where it just gets a huge brunt in the Coos Bay area. Then it comes back to bite us on Wednesday. And Wednesdays could be more impactful than Mondays, possibly. Wind as well, but not looking exceptionally windy. See, and then a much more transient atmospheric river only impacting us for about 9 hours or so. And moving fairly quickly. This would be Sunday night and Monday morning of the following week. So yeah, anyways, the green here means marginal risk of flash flooding conditions, and the yellow is slight risk. We only see the yellows during higher end atmospheric river events, so confidence is increasing in that range. This was issued at 10:55 this morning and is in effect from 4 a.m. Monday to 4 a.m. Tuesday. So Monday system here. The yellow is a 15% chance of seeing flash flooding within 25 miles of a point in the contour. The green is 5% chance of seeing flash flooding within 25 miles of a point in the contour. So mostly 5% chance here in the Seattle area, but if you expand this yellow contour 25 miles, it does include most of the Puget Sound lowlands as well. And then day 5 just issued. Just got the update for that a few minutes ago. Valid from 4 a.m. Tuesday to 4 a.m. Wednesday. So covering Wednesday's system. I'm expecting this to go into Thursday as well, so we'll probably see a new day 5 issued tomorrow as well. Yeah, that's true. You're also in the green contour here as well, Mark. So 5% chance of flash flooding within 25 miles of a point, including the Nanaimo area up here in Vancouver Island. And notice how this expands past the international border as well into Vancouver Island. But the yellow includes Chehalis, Longview, Portland, most of the Washington coast, up towards the La Push area, and all the way down towards Coos Bay, Oregon, including Lincoln City, Newport, Cannon Beach, Rockaway Beach, and Astoria. So, slight chance as well, slightly more favorable chance of seeing flooding or flash flooding conditions within 25 miles of this point. That's just what this map is showing right there. Looks like no new major updates since I last refreshed this. So yeah, again, we'll look at wind gusts over this time. Be watching a particularly strong event possibly in the making tonight. So heads up to you guys. Between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. it shows a wide swath of red here with some yellows over the mountains. And even some yellow over, see, you saw the yellow here over the Salish Sea as well. Wind gusts, isolated wind gusts of 60 miles per hour possible at times. 50 plus possible for the foothills with these southwesterly winds coming in. So southwesterly. Westerly if you're up here north of Everett. But a little bit of a wind shadow setting up where a convergence zone is likely to form over the Snohomish County foothills. All right, let's see here. Just hit 50 likes on YouTube. Thank you guys. 50 likes on Facebook, excuse me. But strong westerly surge looks more and more likely tonight and early tomorrow morning. Now, a little bit of a reprieve, then the next system comes through Sunday. And then part 2 of that coming through Monday and Tuesday. Again, widespread chances of 40 plus mile per hour wind gusts around the area, but not as strong of a westerly surge signal this time around. Looks like the strongest surge is likely to occur overnight tonight. And then again, with strong winds possible around this area with Wednesday's system. And going into Thursday as well, it just has this huge fetch of strong winds and moisture in the area. Could be seeing an exceptionally blustery day Wednesday and Thursday if this were to hold on. But then after that, we get kind of a much needed break for the most part. Then we're just in fantasy land at this point. But it looks like the best days for wind are going to be tonight and tomorrow morning. Monday into Tuesday. And Wednesday into Thursday. So heads up for you guys now. Or too far out to predict any exact wind gust, but so you're picking up a westerly surge signal, but not as strong as tonight. Early in the morning on Thursday, late in the night on Wednesday. Yeah, that's that for most of the summary. It only took me almost 2 hours to spit it out. Got a pretty rude comment last night on YouTube. I actually deleted it pretty quick. But it was saying, didn't get right to the point. What was the last word he said? He said didn't get to the point. Bye. After the live stream was already done. So this shows you the short attention span some people have, but it's just one person. I'm not letting it get to me. It is what it is. Anything else for anyone watching right now on Facebook or YouTube that you'd like me to go over or clarify any specific spots in general? I'm going to take this time to rest my voice and drink some water. So, yeah, just go ahead, leave your insight below in the comment section, and I'll get to it in the order it's received. Okay, satellite's fixed. I'm going to leave a current satellite loop, and I gotta take my vitamins and get up and walk around here for a short while. So I'll come follow back up. Yeah, see, there was a data outage during that time, I guess. It's that small little window. Kim says, in Enumclaw area, wind picking up here now with rain. Thank you for your report. Yeah, there's some showers passing through your area right now. Ooh, that scared me. I had my last live stream going in the back. Yeah, right now, precipitation falling in the form of rain. Stevens Pass southward. Right now, forecast observation stations around the area, gusting to 28 out of the south-southwest here at Payne Field, 27 out of the south-southwest at SeaTac, and 25 out of the southwest here at Tacoma Narrows. So wind gusts are picking up around the area pretty quickly here now. I see some scattered showers in your area here. Well, we could see some blustery conditions with southwesterly wind gusts. So from the direction of Buckley up towards Enumclaw tonight, we could see some of those stronger southwesterly winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Just a little heads up for the foothills areas. Amazingly, the satellite's actually showing some clearing over the Hood Canal right now. That is the rain shadow in its full glory. Some of the higher clouds beginning to break up around the Tacoma area, but still a lot of mid and low level stubborn clouds. So don't expect any sun breaks anytime soon in this general area down here. Again, most of the rain being aimed at northern Oregon, thankfully. This will give a lot of our rivers a little break, some breathing room before Monday and Wednesday systems come in. But not really a break for any rivers in northern Oregon, though. Let's go check out the flooding forecast for Northern Oregon. Not too bad, actually. Only the Pudding River at Aurora is expected to hit minor flood stage. And even then, it's like barely minor flood stage. Gonna keep updating the comments as well. Facebook's bitten me on this several times before. Yeah, not seeing any major updates as of recent. Still several zones expecting moderate flooding and 2 zones expecting major, including Snohomish River near Monroe and Snoqualmie River near Carnation. If you know anyone along these rivers in these areas, go ahead and give them the buzz. They could be expecting some substantial flooding here in the next few days. Why are some of the models showing the next atmospheric river on Monday night moving into Oregon? Yeah, it's a good thing you bring that up too. I went over this about 20 minutes ago, but yeah, the models have been bouncing around showing this atmospheric river kind of fluttering around north to south a bit. This is largely going to depend on the position of low pressure to the north and high pressure to the south. Unfortunately, pivotal weather is being a little stuttery. You notice this is the area of low pressure here that brings in Monday's atmospheric river with the high pressure to the south. So this kind of has the low pressure moving in and then another round of low pressure as well, helping steer this to the south. And that ridge to the south also sort of backing off a little bit, allowing this to dip more to the south. Then that area of low pressure on Wednesday comes a little bit closer, maybe a little too close for comfort, and pulls the atmospheric river back up to the north into this area, which allows the ridge to also move it up to the north. So if this area of low pressure here stays pretty steady towards central Vancouver Island from west to east, and the high pressure doesn't back off too much, then this thing will hold directly over Washington for several days, which would be worst case scenario. Which luckily right now is not looking like the case, but still it does look like a pretty significant atmospheric river event coming up Monday through Thursday for both Oregon and Washington, with the strongest potentially being Wednesday morning as shown here. Someone made a comment on one of my posts saying topography matters as a hashtag. Pretty interesting. Don't see that too often. A lot of the times people kind of neglect topography around this area, which is why they're usually disappointed when it comes to wind forecasts and similar ideologies. All right, Robobo7169 says we'll head over to Patreon to join. Awesome. So yeah, when you join as a free member, you'll get access to all the free posts, but you won't be able to see the subscriber posts that I usually post once per day. But if you join as a free member but start out as a 7-day free trial, then you will be able to see all posts 100%. But you won't be charged for the first 7 days. And after that, it's $1.99 a month plus taxes, which I get to keep around 75 to 80% of it. So overall, pretty good. Also like to shout out Amanda Lynn for becoming a subscriber on Facebook. Thank you so much. If you're watching right now, or anyone that knows Amanda Lynn, again, huge shout out for joining the subscriber squad. Hopefully people commenting see that I'm live and come jump over here real quick so I can get their questions answered as fast as possible. Due to the frequency of questions, I almost certainly will not be able to get to all of them, just as a heads up to anyone watching. So sorry about that again. It's just, yeah, one person doing single person things. That's a lot to take in. Yes, it is, Kim. That is a lot to take in. Just trying my best to summarize it for you guys who don't have much time to stay here for all of this. I see Ben posted a message talking about the wind risk around the area. And I've also activated Stormwatch mode coverage now, officially. Which means if you're on Facebook, join the Rapid Fire Updates page or channel that you can find on my Facebook page here. This is what you see on the front page. Go to the intro section, pull up Rapid Fire Updates here, and go ahead and become a member if you want to get access to the quickest Rapid Fire updates possible. See, my last update here is November 6th, but I just posted one at 9:01 a.m. this morning and see a lot of positive reactions from this. Hey everyone, good to see a number of new viewers joining along in time for Storm season. It's time to activate Stormwatch mode. That means this channel will be getting a workout over the next week. Rapid fire updates to come when deemed necessary. Since there's no thunderstorms expected, this will mostly be used to portray wind and flood alerts. Like if there's any flood warnings issued, this is likely where the post would be posted first. Yeah, thank you, Robo, for your support. Like Sonia said, much appreciated. And then 9:52, before the stream started, be prepared for a live stream discussion beginning around 10 a.m. this morning on Facebook and YouTube. So, not really seeing much action so far on that channel, but soon to come. And see, there's Ben's post right there. If you guys want to check out Ben's page, Washington Weather Chasers. His is one of the fastest growing pages in Western Washington. Up to 121,000 plus followers now. Looks like someone else out of the Enumclaw area, Melissa Pacey. Again, page subscriber. Thank you for pledging to help Puget Sound Stormwatch. So page subscribers have those little light blue hearts next to their names. Is Enumclaw expecting any wind this weekend? Yes, and I was just covering that before too. Expecting some locally strong winds in the Enumclaw area and parts of the foothills out of the southwest direction, possibly tonight. Forecasts for winds keep getting better and better as time goes on. Most reliable model here, the European, The Enumclaw area, which is right about here on the edge of that purple and red, it's around 41 miles per hour max wind gusts between 4 p.m. 10 p.m. tonight, and 41 again between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. And of course, the strong westerly surge, which could bring strong winds to parts of Whidbey Island and surrounding areas. Looks like my post got approved in one of the fishing groups as well. For those of you who don't know, there's a fishing group named Washington State Fishing with River Names in all caps. Has around 50,000 members, and I was selected by their admin one day to do weather forecasts for the fishermen in the area. But I usually only do it during larger events, so I made a post in the fishing group talking about the potential for river flooding around the area when a lot of people are expected to be out, since it'll be during the early week and this weekend. So in case you guys are a part of Washington State Fishing with River Names, you'll see my posts in there from time to time. You may also see me in the Wandering Washington group as well. I know some of my posts get shared to Wandering Washington, which is a group with, I believe, 136,000 members last time I checked. Yeah, 136.8 thousand members. Yeah, so if you guys know a page that might be interested in having weather forecasts posted to them, please let me know. I'm also open to sponsorship opportunities too, looking for anyone that wants to sponsor Puget Sound Stormwatch. Preferably any weather-based or weather-related sponsors. But I'm open to anything at this time. Yeah, let's see if the new NAM is in range now. So let's see what is the NAM showing for wind gusts. Ooh, that would be a big deal. Big uptrend down here in the South Sound on the NAM. Notice again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible just outside of Lopez Island, Friday Harbor, and Whidbey Island. So this is brand new model information right off the press. And again, for the Enumclaw area overnight, it has a little bit less, which may be good news for you, but still quite blustery. This shows several areas of 40 plus mile per hour wind gusts around the South Central Sound and even parts of the Southwest interior near the Black Hills and Capitol Peak. This would be between 11 p.m. and midnight tonight, with some blustery winds also expected earlier in the afternoon towards 8 p.m. as well, including areas like Shelton, Belfair, Allen, Grapeview, Key Peninsula, parts of Olympia, and areas off to the west. Kara Lee, welcome on. Off my lunch break and can hop on and watch. Looks like Mount Vernon is going to get some good wind. Yeah, but Whidbey Island should be absorbing most of it. If there's anything damaging, like showing here off the coast, Whidbey Island will take the brunt of it. You'll just get sort of the leftovers of this. Yeah, Mount Vernon, Burlington area is showing on this new model run tonight. This is for 2 a.m. Tomorrow morning. This is showing wind gusts in the 45 mile per hour range out of the west for Mount Vernon. So heads up for anyone you may know up there. Dirk Doppler. Yeah, that's the thing I get a lot of complaints on about this site. Pivotal weather, the maps, they don't show Bellingham, Olympia, or other key cities here. And I always have to explain, like, hey, there's nothing I can do about this. I'm very sorry. But you can at least select a pinpoint down here and check the progression on an hourly basis. Let's see, this has the winds picking up around 1 p.m. into the 30 mile per hour range. And then by 8 p.m., 40 miles per hour. hanging on a little bit into the night, but then starting to cool off pretty quick down there as we go into tomorrow morning, where it'll still remain quite breezy up here in the Central Sound and downstream of the westerly surge, but not nearly as strong as later tonight and early in the morning. Ashley Getz says, Roy, it's getting real windy down here. Be keeping our eyes on these observations as they go on. These are usually updated every 5 to 15 minutes based on the station. But yeah, we just clocked 31 miles per hour here at SeaTac. So let's go check that on this. And this has it updating this actually has it updating in extremely irregular intervals. That gust of 31 occurred at 12:04, so just 4 minutes ago. Winds 21 miles per hour, gust 31 out of the south. Currently, 2 miles of visibility with mist. So pretty low cloud ceilings right now at the airport. If you know anyone flying out, they may have to keep an eye on some of these low cloud ceilings, especially for any small pilots that fly the little planes like the turboprops. They have to be on the lookout for some variable flight rules or instrument flight rule conditions. Let's see, pressure's pretty low here too. Station pressure is only 29.31 inches of mercury. But currently no 1 hour precip at the moment. Show all. This is going to be dense, but it'll show everything. 37 miles per hour on West Point, so already getting close to 40 miles per hour there. Could you imagine if this overperformed over what the models are showing? Stormy, YouTube, you're more than welcome to join the East Lewis County News Group and share there. Stormy, if you could send me a link to that in the comments section, feel free to do so, and I'll check the page out. Of course, I want to make sure I don't get too overwhelmed with too many pages, too. Of course, the main source of information is going to be the Puget Sound Stormwatch Facebook page. Just be sure, if you're not already following, please do follow if you're on Facebook. You'll also see me from time to time post in the Como #SoNorthwest photography group. Yeah, most of my pages, like 95% to 99% of my posts are going to be on the main blog, Facebook. Tacoma Narrows gusting to 24 miles per hour. This is going to be the area to watch tonight, in my opinion. You notice how the Narrows is angled more to the southwest direction. This is the direction that the winds are going to be flowing in from. We could see some locally higher gusts constrained through this little bottleneck here for areas like southern Vashon Island, southern Maury Island, and the Point Defiance Peninsula here. So you could see some pretty impressive numbers out of this weather station tonight, if that goes as planned. Again, more of a constraining bottleneck through here. So with the funnel effect, it's going to increase the wind velocity greatly over the small area. So hazardous travel conditions possible overnight over the Tacoma Narrows in case you're traveling either direction to or from there. Yeah, 25, max 29 at Boeing Field since midnight. And that 37 here at West Point is the max so far. This only updates on an hourly basis, though, as a heads up. This is one of those slower updating stations, so we don't have a really accurate pinpoint measurement on this. But it was showing sustained winds of 31 from the south, gust of 37 miles per hour. Sea level pressure rapidly falling. All right, on Facebook, Sonia Echo Warren in Centralia now, ready for fun. Yeah, I think the Centralia area may be sheltered from some of the strongest winds tonight. Because you'll have the Black Hills and the Willapa Hills helping you out, but still a good chance to get pretty breezy down there, just not as strong as up here in the Puget Sound and Whidbey Island area. Still, some wind gusts a little bit under 40 miles per hour can be anticipated. Again, more so out of the south-southwest direction. Stormy says, I understand. Thumbs up. So, yeah, or feel free to let me know the name of the page too, and I'll go check it out and see, because I know that Eastern Lewis County is mostly rural, but there are some cities out here as well. Packwood being one of the more populated ones out here. Packwood, Randall, Morton, Glenoma. There's a few cities out here in Eastern Lewis County, but southeastern Lewis County is pretty much desolate. But yeah, I know, like, there's a lot of people down here in central Lewis County that follow along. So I have people in Onalaska, Cinnabar, Morton, Mossy Rock, and surrounding communities that follow along. Even a lot of western Lewis County people as well. I have a couple PL folks, Adna folks, etc. Sonia Warren, thank you so much for your donation of 50 stars. I do appreciate that very much. And for that, you are gifted the Star Sender badge next to your name. So, you can find all of the Star Senders and the subscribers here in the chat. They have the special badges next to their name. And of course, you get a shout out on stream. And one of these days, I'll have to figure out all of the Star Senders and make a post about it eventually. But that's going to be a lot of archiving the track. See what the 18Z Her shows. It's all done now. 18Z Her has progressively been upticking these winds over the Puget Sound area. There's a good chance these stay over the water, but some of the immediate coastlines could get in on this action. Again, more so oriented out of the southwest, so these could be winds here increased in velocity from the narrow strait. The Point Defiance Peninsula isn't that high in elevation, so it doesn't block much of the wind coming out of the strait. So we could see some of these winds propelled into the Puget Sound, I guess, for lack of a better word. But yeah, see, it's showing 46 out here near the Vashon Island, Southworth, and Fauntleroy ferries on northern Vashon Island. There's Lisa Seckler, just south of Toutle. Hello there. Sorry, I don't cover Lewis County much, but I do, or Cowlitz, excuse me, on occasion, but I do during bigger events like this. I had someone a couple of weeks ago say if I didn't start covering Cowlitz County, they would leave the page. So I said, sorry to see you go, but I don't do that primarily. Of course, primary focus is the immediate Puget Sound, hence the name, Puget Sound Stormwatch. But secondary focus, of course, is areas all around Western Washington, not quite including Portland's area. So secondary area would be the central North Washington coast, Strait of Juan de Fuca area, Northwest Interior, and foothills. And the little tertiary zone. During larger events like this, you'll probably see me covering more Pacific, Wahkiakum, Cowlitz, Clark, and Skamania counties down here. Just not all too often, though. I highly recommend following the page Western Washington Weather on Facebook. They also have a YouTube channel as well, run by a good friend, Matthew Fab. It's a Facebook group on Facebook with over 2,500 members. I'm also a part of that as well. We just got an update. Ooh, winter storm warning now in effect for the Cascades of North King and Snohomish counties. Let's go break into that real quick. Just got a couple of emails. I think we got one or two new members. Oh yeah, look at that. So thank you, Robert LeBeau, for trying out the free trial for Patreon. And also thank you, Brian Sandwick, for becoming a trial member as well. Appreciate you guys for becoming patrons. Thank you so much. It really helps out the page big time. So this is the new winter storm warning now in effect. just issued hot off the press. Winter storm warning in effect from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday. Now they're saying up to 12 to 18 inches of snow. And this does include Stevens Pass, where, as far as I know, still, it's currently raining up there. Yeah, really gloomy up there right now. Like, see how wet the camera's getting? Steady rain up there right now, but when the back end of this cold front slides through today, when the atmospheric river comes in, it's going to immediately drop the snow level down to Stevens Pass. So most of this expected tonight after dark. Again, Snoqualmie, don't want to see that much snow melt. Terrible news for Snoqualmie. Where steady rain is falling right now. Snow level is up towards 5,000 feet at the moment. Hey, Keith's back. Hello. Welcome back. I see, yeah, Lisa Seckler is also a patron, so thank you for supporting Puget Sound Stormwatch on Patreon. They also put out a winter weather advisory now for the Cascades of Lewis and Pierce counties. So this is the new winter storm warning in effect. And just realized they combined it, so I don't even need this alert down here. But including White Pass, Paradise, Longmire, Ashford, Mount Rainier, and Crystal Mountain. So note alerts now for north and south of Snoqualmie Pass, but not directly Snoqualmie Pass. So the winter weather advisory goes into effect at 7 p.m. this evening and continues until 7 p.m. Saturday, with 8 to 12 inches of snow expected and, of course, wind gusts 35 miles per hour. So Cascades of Pierce and Lewis counties, this does include White Pass. For anyone thinking about traveling over any direction of US 12 coming up. So 7 p.m. this evening to 7 p.m. Saturday. Heavy snowfall at times may allow for rates of around 1 inch per hour at times. Gusty winds will limit visibility. Hazardous conditions expected for White Pass. Trying to get all my tabs organized here. We've opened a lot of tabs recently. Look at that, 66 miles per hour near Snoqualmie Pass. Just recently. 64 up here at Crystal now. I want to pull up a Crystal cam, see how much is whipping up there. Oh yeah, look at this. It is absolutely shaking the camera up there at Crystal right now. And who knows when's the last time that they cleared that stake. See, the gondolas are shaking. Trees are whipping up there right now. This is at 6,872 feet at the Mount Rainier gondola. Usually you'd see Mount Rainier right there, but that's not the case. Looks like it's currently falling. Precipitation is in the form of rain at the moment, but we have to wait for that front to come through to lower the snow levels behind it. Yeah, see, that camera is shaking big time up at Crystal, as evidenced by that 64 mile per hour gust at the summit. 6,830 feet compared to just 42 feet above that. But visibility is increasing. It looks like maybe some of this precipitation may be starting to move out here pretty quick. This is facing southwest. So clouds will be moving towards the east this direction. Oh yeah, that camera's holding on for dear life right now. Hey, Dwayne Lind, thank you for the live. I hope Chinatown in Seattle remains calm. It'll definitely start getting breezy tonight and could get pretty blustery overnight. But during the daytime, we're not expecting any impactful winds around the area. So you just hit 30 here in Normandy Park, max of 31. And then 30 here in Alki, West Seattle as well. Most recent update on an hourly basis, though, is 37 miles per hour here at West Point near Discovery Park. So getting quite windy already down here in the central Puget Sound. It's something to really keep an eye on as we go into the future. Stormy says, thank you for the update. Thank you for tuning in for the update. Appreciate it. So just keep checking the river forecast, see if anything else changes. Not seeing any big changes since the last time, but again, for anyone who may have missed it, Snoqualmie River near Carnation and Snohomish River near Monroe are expected to hit major flood stage by the middle of next week. More details to come on that if you follow on Patreon or Facebook. Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask, whether it's location-based or on anything I said before that they'd like me to restate? So look at the general area overall. See, nothing going on up in Bellingham so far. Whidbey Island mostly calm. Everett a little breezy. A little breezy here across the Central Sound right now. This is probably outside of the westerly surge tonight. Will probably be the area where we see the strongest winds tonight and early tomorrow morning. And then current look at satellite and radar at the moment. So you can see much clearer that this atmospheric river today is starting to be aimed down towards Oregon and not Washington at the moment. They're mostly dry right now around the Puget Sound with some passing light showers at the moment. Heavier showers up here in Skagit and Whatcom counties, but still not much of concern. Precipitation currently falling in the form of rain at Stevens and Snoqualmie passes. And in case you guys just missed the webcam here at Crystal Mountain, it is absolutely whipping up there right now. Getting pelted by rain also, but over 60 mile per hour wind gusts right now. Looks like it's out of the southwest direction up at Crystal Mountain at almost 6,900 feet. It's actually whipping so much that the camera's beginning to cut out. Yeah, you would normally see Mount Rainier here on a normal day when it's sunny outside with high visibility. Normally, Mount Rainier would be right there. See, yeah, it's falling as rain right now. It's melting away any snow that they forgot to wipe off the snow stake. Noted by the little drips right there, in case you had any doubts. Yeah, that's right, Keith. Bellingham will not get that windy tonight. Just have to make sure I cover you guys as well, because there's people that follow both Whatcom County weather and Puget Sound Stormwatch. But there's also some people that may just follow. Ooh, this camera's looping. We might have lost this camera temporarily up at the summit. Yeah, we might have just had a big wind gust and who knows, might have had a little power interruption up there. But yeah, I just got to make sure I cover all of Western Washington too, so that there's nobody left out. And Keith says Randy will be on tonight at 8:45. Yeah, that is going to be peak time to be doing a live stream. So I may take a small break in the live stream for a few hours to won't let my voice cool down, but also take care of daily activities around here, like the laundry, for example. Still have some people commenting on old live streams as well. Yeah, okay. Still looping, so we may be having some power or connection issues up at the summit right now. Believable with the amount of wind that they're getting right now. So Stevens Pass again. Falling as rain. Snoqualmie also falling as rain. See those puddles? Rain combined with snow melt coming down the hillside here. Could spell bad news for some of the rivers coming up the middle of this next week. Just not a good look. Don't like the feeling of this coming up. Ooh, East Side Seattle Station just hit 30 miles per hour. Same with Renton Municipal Airport, also hitting 30 miles per hour in the most recent update. These are wind gusts around the area, so wind gusts substantially picking up here around the Central Sound right now. Even hit 29 miles per hour here at Sanderson Field earlier too. All right, see, there's still quite a bit of an audience following along. Would you guys want me to go over anything again, or do you have any questions, comments, or concerns to address? See, Scott just posted an update as well, Scott Sistek. We can go read his blog real quick. Again, precipitable water, lots of IVT transport, aka integrated water vapor transport across the Pacific here. This is the measure of an atmospheric river's potential. Luckily, my head only cuts off the headline, which is perspective check. How does this incoming storm compare to others? That's the rest of it you can see quite clearly here on the right-hand side. Forecasts for the upcoming rainstorms are becoming more confident in the storm's strength and potential impacts to western Washington and the Pacific Northwest, with now terms like Category 5 and Godzilla. I think that's the term that Cliff Mass used in his blog. Atmospheric rivers and major flood stage. A lot coming into your social feeds at warp speed, so I wanted to take a few moments to maybe help put all this in perspective with a little AR, atmospheric river frequently asked questions. Starting with the biggie. What does a Category 5 or Godzilla atmospheric river really mean? An atmospheric river is a term used for when a storm taps into tropical moisture source, as seen here. It carries it hundreds of thousands of miles to a coast, this coast. In our case, the storm's tapping the warm tropical air in the Pacific Ocean, and it's got Washington and Northern Oregon in its bullseye. The Category 5, it is the top of the scale in a 5-point scale, similar to what you would see with a hurricane or a tornado. It's a 5-rung scale using predicted amounts of water vapor coming into an area and combining with how long the rain is supposed to last to denote the strength of storms. With 2 strong waves coming in rapid succession, this event has met their forecast criteria in both rainfall amounts and duration as a Category 5, which is primarily hazardous. Its categories from 1 to 5 go weak, moderate, strong, extreme, and exceptional. So we are expecting an exceptionally strength atmospheric river, or combination of several atmospheric rivers, to impact us over the next week period. It's important to note that a Category 5 atmospheric river is not the same level of potential destruction like a Category 5 hurricane or an EF5 tornado, as just mentioned. Category 5 atmospheric rivers do usually have widespread flooding impacts. The scale isn't used to the extreme. It's more of a hyperbole. Last Category 5 to hit the West Coast was December 27th, 2023 in Southern Oregon. Northern California in 2022. Those are the only confirmed ones to have brought Category 5 status since the scale was expanded to 5 in 2017. So very, very recent scale additions made to this. Yep, Godzilla used by the one and only Clifford Mass, everybody. Came up with it in his weather blog and it's caught some attention. I think he just means it's a monster storm. Of course, a lot of people are bashing Cliff Mass for his use of hyperbolic words like Godzilla. He put how much rain will fall into perspective. Models are very confident in at least 3 to 4 inches of combined rain through the week in the Puget Sound lowland area alone. Many models predicting upwards of 5 to 6 inches over the same area. It says 5 to 6 inches would be our average rainfall for the month in just a matter of days. Take an entire November's worth of average rain to squeeze it into just a few day period. It says the mountains may get 5 to 12 inches or more. You notice how he doesn't say of snow, because this is going to be of rain. It'll start out as snow, but it won't stay as snow. It's like a month of winter rains and forks among the wettest cities in the lower 48, because it's right by the one and only rainforest in the continental 48. Here, some rivers may reach major flood status. Yes, that is true. As far as Friday morning's projections, the most recent one, the Snoqualmie River near Carnation and Snohomish River near Monroe are forecast to reach major flood stage, which is the top of the scale. While the Skagit River at Mount Vernon is just minuscule rounding error from hitting the major flood stage. The same could also be said, technically, just a little add-on to this, the same can technically be said upstream at Concrete as well for the Skagit River. And then a few little excerpts here. For the Snoqualmie River at Carnation, the current predicted peak is about a half foot higher than the December 6th, 2023 floods, but below the March 2022 flood down there. And geez, do we even want to get started on November 2021 way up north? Snohomish River at Monroe would be the highest crest in over 5 years if the forecast goes as planned. In the Skagit River, it's just a few inches shy of major and 2 feet above December 2023, but still a whopping 6 feet below the all-time record of November 2021. Or near record. Let's just say near record. Not all-time. Forecasted crests will fluctuate as the forecast itself fluctuates. But I'll put some links in the comments where you can get the latest charts. Several other rivers are expected to flood, currently forecast for minor or moderate flooding. How historic is this? Not currently looking at any record or historic levels as of now. It's just going to be the strongest storm of the season yet. Of the fall-winter storm season here in the Pacific Northwest. None of the forecast river heights as of now are nearing record levels. Good call there. will likely be the most flooding we've seen in 2 winters. So since 2023, as he mentioned, those December 2023 floods for some of the rivers. What's the dangers outside of the mountains? River flooding will be the largest and most potentially damaging facet of the storm. Ashley on Facebook, so it'll be bad but not life-threatening. The term Godzilla definitely freaked me out. Yeah, I think I personally am going to disagree with Cliffmass on this. I think he made a bad call. I can show you guys, unless he corrected it, he made a little typo as well in his most recent blog that I think could stir up some tension. I'll show you this after we finish up Scott's blog right now. Yeah, Keith. So that wind advisory was technically issued early this morning at like 1 a.m. this morning. But yeah, it doesn't go into effect until 1 p.m. So yeah, that wind advisory was known about. I've shared that before a couple times on the stream, but you might not have been here. But there is a wind advisory in effect from 1 p.m. today to 7 a.m. tomorrow for Island County. So Whidbey Island and Camino Island. Wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour possible, which I think is on the lower end of the trend. They may have to make some corrections to bump it up towards the 50 to 55 mile per hour range if the NWS follows along with model guidance. Talking about landslides and mudslides become increasingly risky as we progress through the week. If these rain totals verify, which again is showing almost 2 feet of precipitation up in the mountains, in the higher elevations, which would be unfathomable, truly. Those along the hillsides and bluffs need to monitor the ground for signs of stress, and travel could be impacted by blocked roads and highways. You'll remember in past years, usually Sounder and Amtrak service gets disrupted by landslides on the tracks. Windy periods possible for the coast and northwest interior, especially Monday and Tuesday. Nothing outside the usual autumn-winter windy weather we frequently see. And minor coastal flooding may occur at high tide along the coast and inland waters in the early next week. That's why they have the coastal flood advisories for some of our zones, but not the Puget Sound and not Island County. Is that low tracking down Vancouver Island towards Bellingham? So from what I saw on the model run, at least the European here, it was showing that low tracking into southern Haida Gwaii, the Queen Charlotte Islands, or northern Vancouver Island. But the front comes through, and that front would kick up the pressure gradient quite a bit. Let's go show you one more time while we're in a bit of a pause here. Check this out. See if this is zoomed out enough. It should be. So watch up here closely. And let's go to precip type and rate. So see, that would be the low somewhere in here, right around 1,000 millibars in pressure. So that's the future system, Saturday, tomorrow. But tonight's low, somewhere around 1,000 millibars, making landfall along BC, along the Queen Charlotte Islands, just north of Vancouver Island. But you notice the pressure gradient comes down here, and we have a pretty nice, it looks like 6 millibar pressure gradient between Everett and Olympia, which would certainly spell some windy conditions around here. So yeah, we're mainly keeping track of that front that comes through. The cold front should come through, and then you notice the snow levels begin to drop right behind it. So high snow levels starting out today, then the cold front is somewhere along here. See, somewhere here, pressure gradient kicks up with that, and then the snow levels drop a bit. So Stevens here is showing snow, but Snoqualmie is not. Even White Pass is showing some snow too, which is why they put the winter weather advisory out not long ago. So for those of you who just missed it, winter storm warning goes into effect at 7 p.m. for the northern Cascades, including Stevens Pass, and a winter weather advisory goes into effect at the same time for the southern Washington Cascades, including White Pass, but no advisories for Snoqualmie Pass, which is expected to remain with rainy conditions. Observations are showing it further south. Okay, we can look at the satellite real quick. If this is what you're talking about here, yeah, it's a little farther south. We can follow the overall trend, and it appears to be moving due easterly. Maybe has a bearing a little bit south of east here, so should look to move somewhere into northern Vancouver Island if this track is correct. It has the center of low pressure directly over the Queen Charlotte Islands, according to the forecast, at right around 997 millibars, which technically, yes, is stronger than what the Euro model was showing. And then the front is somewhere embedded in here. So could that bring the winds a little stronger into this area than forecast? Yes, possibly. But it's going to be a pretty marginal change compared to the forecasts. This tight pressure gradient should move into the northern edge of this area. Once this pressure gradient moves into the Strait of Juan de Fuca here, that is going to turn on the westerly surge tonight. Gusting to 32 now at SeaTac. Let's go see if we can look up the buoys in the area. Let's go look at the station plot and check just pressure. Yeah, so you want to look at where the winds are rotating counterclockwise around each other. So you follow the wind barb from the lines here to the dot. So you're whipping good out of the north here where the pressure is 1011 millibars. Pretty strong winds to the north, well south of this low though. All right, so we got a new Facebook comment from Kate Fair. Right against the Skagit River dike. I'll be lower than the height of the river at major flood level. Please report lots on the flooding. Yeah, if I were you, prepare as soon as possible for moderate to major flooding down there. You do not want to be caught in that. So if you aren't able to at least sandbag your property right now, please do so by Sunday night. And if you can, possibly consider short-term evacuation as well. Because, yeah, that doesn't sound good for your area. The same goes for the Snohomish River near Monroe, the Skagit River upward for Concrete, and the Snoqualmie River near Carnation. If you're along the river, you may want to consider a short-term evacuation plan if flood warnings are put out. That happened back November 3rd, 2022. We had gusts to 70 from the northwest, 4 miles north of Arlington. Lost 9 trees in one big gust. Yeah, we had an overperforming event in January of 2021 as well, which resulted in 60 mile per hour wind gusts in the Federal Way area for a short time. Which did not go as forecasted, to say the least. So yeah, a little hard to tell right now, but it looks like the center of low pressure is somewhere just off of the Queen Charlotte Islands towards the BC coast. A little hard to tell here, but these would be the outer bands rotating around. You notice where it rotates counterclockwise about the center here, between all the buoys and the observation sites. Let's see if I can load more sites if there are any. No, that's all we got. The buoy coverage is very slim out here. So, yeah, these counterclockwise rotating winds, that is the center of low pressure right now. And center of low pressure somewhere between 995 and 998 millibars currently. But yeah, right now the track is expected to take it into mainland BC and away from North Vancouver Island, according to current observations from buoys in the area. Yeah, notice these southerlies and southwesterlies are beginning to pick up here around the sound. Westerlies picking up off the coast, still kind of bouncing around here over the Salish Sea, but at Oak Harbor, wind is coming out of the southeast, just not very much. The gusting to 55 near St. Helens, 42 in the foothills of the Willapa Hills. just west of the town of Vader, southwest of Vader. Yeah, so if you're along the rivers, I'll leave you the link right now for the site I use for this. Please pay very close attention to it over the coming days. And I somehow messed that up, so hang on, bear with me. Because then you can edit your Facebook comments. Yeah, Kate, if you're still watching, please keep that site in your bookmarks. Cross-posted to YouTube as well. That is a great site, yes. Let's refresh again, make sure I have the most current up-to-date information. No major changes since the last update. They don't have a site down here by La Connor. So, yeah, watch this site closely if you're down near the Skagit River Dike. Skagit River Delta down here by La Connor. But you can usually first see this upstream here at Concrete too, since the rivers are flowing downstream. So you may want to watch these streams out here first. But definitely this would be the primary right here. So let's go finish Scott's blog since I got kind of thrown off by that, but it's all good. Come on, atmospheric river. I just saw a new way to say a rainy day in the Pacific Northwest, right? Actually, it's not. See, this is a certified degreed meteorologist saying no, an atmospheric river is a specific term. It does not have criteria needed to earn the name. Some people talk about how it's overused, which yes, it can be, but it is a technical term. It is a real deal. It's not a conspiracy. It's not dumbing it down. It's not HARP. It's not chemtrails. It is science. And I'm saying it how it is from the bottom of my chest. You know, I cannot stress it enough. Yes, this is an atmospheric river. There's no fakeness to it. So why have you heard it used so much this fall? It's because the pattern has been conductive for atmospheric rivers. Note how mild the storms have been and how mostly blank the mountains are for snow. Not all of these bring flooding. Many of them are beneficial and provide a large portion of our annual rainfall, which usually, sometimes when these happen during the summers, for example, we had one that happened this last summer in August, I believe, that brought a lot of beneficial rainfall to some parts of the Puget Sound that were struck by drought. So no, not all rainy days are atmospheric rivers. Just this year has been atmospheric river prone. And sure enough, got any questions, write it below. And watch out for emergency kittens as well. But now it's time to go look at Cliff Mass's blog. Hang on tight for this one, folks. There's a lot of information to unveil. See, 4 people have shared the stream already on Facebook. Thank you guys for sharing. Appreciate you guys for sticking along this long. All right, let's see. Whidbey Island weather page posted an update as well. All the big weather pages are on this. So yeah, Cliff Mass, everybody. His preferred model is the UW WRF GFS, which in my opinion needs quite a bit of work. It shows good information, but the user layout format is just not to my liking, in my opinion. But his specific UW WRF model is forecasting more than 10 inches over the western side of the Cascades, as seen here with the yellow light contours there. You're sitting down, ready for a shock. Below is 10-day accumulated precipitation for the region. 15 to 20 inches in total, and that means flooding. And he uses the European model as well. doing the same thing. Predicted totals through next Saturday. Wettest day is on Tuesday. And look at that. Nearly 8 inches of rain for some of the lowland spots, including the I-5 corridor south of Tacoma. Less in the rain-shadowed spots, but even with the rain-shadowed spots, it's still showing upwards of 4+ inches in some of these areas. Along the coast, oh boy, 7 to 8 inches plus. The mountains, you guessed it, over 1.5 feet in some areas, even higher than that. Max value down here is 19.04 inches. This is total precipitation, again, over the next 9 days from when the model was initiated, which was 4 a.m. yesterday. You can cut this down to under 192 now. Then he says the super heavy precipitation on Tuesday will be associated with this region being hit by one of the strongest atmospheric rivers in a long time. And here he is. He actually called it the Godzilla. Trained meteorologists call this a Godzilla atmospheric river. Sorry, Cliff. That's not true. This is where I'm going to start to rip you, Cliff. And if anyone wants to show him this, feel free. This is the first time I've ever seen anyone call it a Godzilla or Godzilla atmospheric river. I think that's just sort of, hyperbolic for what this event actually is. And then this one is now out of date, but it was showing several spots here hitting moderate flood stage. Did not show the Skokomish on this site for some reason. This is I believe this is the Northwest River Flood Center or Northwest River Prediction Center. But no, the Skokomish is expected to hit moderate. Same with the Cowlitz down here near Randall. And these two sites have been updated to major flooding. Snohomish near Monroe and Snoqualmie near Carnation. Snoqualmie at the falls, I believe, has been downgraded to minor flooding. And the Skykomish near Gold Bar and the Snohomish near the town of Snohomish stay at moderate, and same with the Skagit at Mount Vernon and Concrete. These could be upgraded to major here very soon. So yeah, this post was made yesterday, so technically before these were upgraded to major. So this is valid for yesterday. Snoqualmie River near Carnation will get to major flood stage in all caps, purple line. Yeah, this is one of the errors right here. I'll get over this in just a second. Get the major flood stage, purple line. On 2 days, the 10th and the 11th, with levels reaching all-time high river stages on 2 days. I don't know about that one. That's kind of a gutsy call to make this soon in the game, in my opinion. Yeah, see, it does have it just about flirting with major flood stage. But again, this is a day out of date, so we're not going to really rip on that. It does say the Snohomish will reach major flood stage, red line. Not true. Red line is moderate. That might have been an honest mistake, though, but we'll see during the same period. See, red line is moderate, purple line is major. Might have just been a small little mess up, so I won't go too crazy on that. But this right here is true. Skagit will approach major flood stage on December 20th. See, gets pretty close there. This is a serious event, and those of you in vulnerable locations should make preparations. If Cliff is saying it's serious, then you should definitely take precautions, for sure. Good effect of this major precipitation event is that local reservoirs will gain an enormous amount of water. And of course, people are going after him in the comments. Go figure. But yeah, that's the synopsis. And look, this cam fixed itself, and it is just absolutely whipping up at the Crystal Mountain Summit right now. Very low visibility as well. Keith says that might be snow. Yeah, but further south of the North Cascades, especially south of Stevens, it's not all going to be in the form of snow. Remember, any snow that falls could possibly melt off through the following days when those snow levels go back up. With rain falling over the snow, this could create excess snow melt, which once again is a problem that we will be having to watch as time goes on. Yeah, see, whipping pretty good here at Northway Lift as well. Really whipping good up here towards 6,900 feet right now. Again, in case you missed it, slight risk of flash flooding within 25 miles of said point for day 4. This is Monday and Tuesday. And Tuesday going into Wednesday morning here, slight risk for the coast and parts of the southwest interior here of Washington. So flash flooding and localized aerial flooding possible in these areas. In case you guys missed it as well, let's see if this update went through. But the control forecast of the national model, the GEFS here, is showing Category 5 atmospheric river conditions over the next 7 days for the southern and central Washington coast. But you notice how I changed the parameters here and the colors changed quite a bit too. Not all of the models are showing Category 5. It's just one model showing a peak Category 5. That is the GEFS control as seen here. Let's see, over the last week, we have had observed Category 3 atmospheric river conditions along the Washington coast. So these are confirmed. Ashley has to sign off. It's all good. Thank you for tuning in, Ashley. Thank you for subscribing as well. Play it safe, and I'll see you again on the next stream. Go share Scott's post. And also go and share Chris Nunley's post about the winter storm warning and the winter weather advisory for the mountains of Washington. Yep, all of the big weather pages around here are going full speed ahead for this next upcoming system. Yeah, like Sonia said, smash that like button, ring that bell for future live streams, and share the stream to your friends. That is the best way you can help out Puget Sound Stormwatch. And also, if you'd like to donate, go over once again, since it's been a while since I've talked about it. We have Patreon, especially for you non-Facebook people, if you guys want to help follow along on Patreon. We just jumped up a couple more members. Not showing it there, but I believe we're up to 8 total members now. And then Ko-Fi or Coffee is the best way overall to support. Send this in the form of coffees in $5 increments. You can also send it monthly too. Appreciate the people who have decided to send monthly coffees. Thank you everyone for your support, and I would not be able to do this without you. Again, ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. The link is in the YouTube stream description and is on the front of my page on Facebook. Okay, still have a ways to go before our next deterministic models begin to render, but yeah, right now it looks like the European forecast here is right about on point with what the observations are showing up there. 35 miles per hour here at Renton now, so go compare that to some model guidance real quick, especially the high-res ones recently. See if they're doing a good job portraying this so far. So Renton's going to be right about here. We want to go earlier on in the day. Right about on the money. Good call with the NAM so far. Literally like right on the dollar. See, right on the dollar. So far, so good from the NAM model, which usually overdoes this a little bit. But so far, overdoing Seattle and Tacoma, those areas, by just a tad bit. The up here, West Point, most recent 12 p.m. update has 33 mile per hour wind gusts. And just hitting 31 up here towards northeast Tacoma in the North Shore area. 30 also Normandy Park, and we hit a max 32 miles per hour at SeaTac in the last hour or so. We could see these wind gusts pick up sharply as the afternoon progresses. By 2 p.m. for the same area, it has wind gusts up to 39 miles per hour for Renton and 40 miles per hour possible over the waters of the Puget Sound. We will just have to watch and see as things go on. All right, you guys, going to take a small break, walk around real quick. So I'm going to leave you guys with the... We're going to go look at the windy map. So I'll leave you guys with this real quick. So yeah, center of low pressure currently appears to be between Haida Gwaii and Vancouver Island, moving off to the east inland. So the greatest pressure gradient is likely to miss us, but we will be watching the southwest portion of this for a tight pressure gradient coming in this afternoon and tonight, which will activate the westerly surge and breezy winds around the Puget Sound area. So be back in a few minutes. Hang on tight. The breeze is kicking up here in Milton. Definitely noticeable. Just posted an update to the Rapid Fire Update channel on Facebook. Almost 70 likes on Facebook. And just looking at the breeze outside my window right now, it's certainly picking up pretty sharply over the last few minutes. I think we'll have a pretty long form blog post here on Facebook and Patreon tonight. Guys, please keep politics out of weather, please. Just trying to plead with you guys here. One thing we haven't looked at is the new area forecast discussion at 9:58. You can skim through that real quick to help pass some time. But yeah, Ben's page, Washington Weather Chasers, is getting a lot of criticism from the snarks, as we call them. He doesn't deserve it. Ben's a good guy. He doesn't deserve the snarkiness. Trust me on that. Just keep it weather related and nothing else. That is the goal. 50 degrees up in Bellingham. Thank you, Keith. All right, what does the AFD entail? Weather pattern has transitioned into an active phase as a series of systems bring rain, high elevation snow, and wind into the region through the end of the weekend. A strong atmospheric river is still on track to region the area by Monday, and interesting word choice. Last into at least the midweek time frame. System will bring very significant rainfall and likely hydrologic impacts. Coastal flooding due to higher astronomical tides will remain minor into early next week. So, Kim Leonard, noticeable winds are expected to start around 4 p.m., between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. Go check out this new model one more time. Yeah, Enumclaw area is right about... Oh. Not allowing me to select the spot for some reason. There we go. Enumclaw area is right about here. Well, in your defense, this model's showing a little less for the Enumclaw area. Still showing it in the mid to upper 30 mile per hour range, but of course, depending on your model of choice, it does vary quite a bit. Check to see what the HUR is showing now. All this time, the HUR is still showing strong wind gusts down here over the Narrows. Possibly even getting towards 50 miles per hour. This is 49 miles per hour for downtown Tacoma at 10 p.m. tonight. How's Gig Harbor wind? Well, coincidentally, we are on that topic right now. Gig Harbor is going to be right around here. And if this model is correct, and let me just put a little disclaimer, these are showing mainly higher end wind speeds, like 80th to 90th percentile level wind speeds, so not too likely to get up to this speed, but there is a chance. There is a chance, and I have to say that carefully. Has the Gig Harbor area getting up to possibly 45 mile per hour wind gusts by 10 p.m. tonight. Then things start to calm down a little bit. But staying in the 40 mile per hour range for a couple hours tonight, mainly between 7 and 9. See, a really impactful westerly surge is starting to bring that 60 mile per hour contour farther south, towards areas like Port Townsend, Diamond Point, Jamestown, and Dungeness Spit. So, as Keith on YouTube said, it's a guesstimate. Yes. But this HUR model here, the HRRR, or HUR as I like to call it, has been consistently showing an area of over 45 mile per hour gusts down here in the South Sound during a specific time frame tonight, and that's mainly 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. Again, it has you just on the cusp of 40 miles per hour down here in Enumclaw with this model. But, as I like to call it, the old reliable here, the European, usually does the best job of showing wind gusts. And that is the one that's showing the highest amounts here for Enumclaw and surrounding areas. See, 41 to 42 miles per hour. So, hold on, Kim, before you get too comfortable. Still have to rule this one out later on. Remember, too, this one's also showing considerable wind gusts. I shouldn't say considerable, showing notable wind gusts up here in the Seattle area. Over 45 miles per hour possible. This would be between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. tonight. Then continuing into 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. tomorrow for most of the area. Sonia says, be right back. Sounds good. Take your time. Let me go look through this area forecast discussion more, though. It says, overall, the forecast remains largely on the track this morning. No major updates needed. So they continued the previous forecast discussion with some updates made to the aviation section. The snowfall totals along Stevens Pass likely to be between 5 to 10 inches. Breezy gusts up in the passes 30 to 35 miles per hour possible. Winds will also be breezy through Puget Sound, Southwest Interior Coast, and Northern Olympic Peninsula today. Precipitation will briefly taper off for scattered showers into the evening. Next system will be right on its heels by Sunday morning. Highs will be back into the 50s through the weekend. Then they talk about the possibility of minor coastal flooding. Coastal flood advisories remain in effect. minor flooding most likely around high tide today, which occurred at 12 p.m. And high tide tomorrow is also around 12 p.m. All right, long term, Sunday night through Thursday. This is where it gets really interesting around the area. Rain associated with the next system will arrive Sunday morning and last into Monday. Another quarter to half an inch of rain is expected in the lowlands, with 1 to 2 inches in the mountains. Notice how you don't say snow in this case. They're continuing the talk of rain. So 1 to 2 inches of rain in the mountains. Primary point of discussion in the extended forecast will be a strong atmospheric river system. So yes, they are using the term atmospheric river at the NWS. It will take aim at Washington Monday through at least the middle of the week. Indications at this time are that a second atmospheric river will move in for the second half of the week, but not be as wet as the first one. First one, I'm guessing they're talking about Wednesday, hopefully, because Wednesday is looking wetter than Monday. At least on model guidance. Significant rainfall is expected area-wide, making for a very wet week. Put in perspective, the total quantitative precipitation forecast expected between Monday morning and Friday morning for the Cascades and Olympics is between 7 and 11 inches. That's total precipitation, both in the form of snow and rain, or rain. What does the week after look like? Yeah, sure. We can go take a peek sees at that real quick. Beginning next week, which is around this time period here. Breezy around the area. Nothing too strong on Monday, with the system possibly passing through then. Then another system coming through Tuesday. Breezy winds. And that's really about it. It goes through Saturday at 4 a.m. In terms of rain during this time. So this is going to start out initially like this. So for reference here, 4.3 inches for Tacoma. Tacoma getting up to 7.6 inches by the end of next week. So much more dried out next week compared to this week. Still pretty impressive numbers over the next 2 weeks when it comes to precipitation. See, areas from Seattle south could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. Even then, I think that's being generous. Whidbey Island may be the most rain shadow location in the whole event, yet still receive 2 to 2.5 inches of rain. See the hydrology section for more information on area rivers. The hydrology section is going to be thick, for sure. Yeah, they did change the aviation section a little bit, and they do talk about the convergence here. Convergence zone is expected to develop around Snohomish County this afternoon into this evening, with additional post-frontal showers expected tonight. It says localized improvements to variable flight rules will be possible this evening in the post-frontal air mass. South to southwest surface winds, so out of this direction, not towards it. Out of the south or southwest will increase this morning, peaking tonight. Gusts ranging 20 to 30 knots, about 23 to 35 miles per hour for most areas, with localized gusts of gale strength, or about 40 miles per hour as well from time to time. Yes, Keith, Bellingham will get a lot of rain. Over the next 2 weeks, it shows Bellingham, at least according to this run of the European, showing the Bellingham area getting around 7.7 inches of rain. I still got a few of you hanging with me on Facebook. Thank you guys for hanging around. Again, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask away. I keep the live stream comments open to the public, whether you're a follower or not. Unfortunately, people abused the comment privileges for my posts, so you have to be a follower to comment on my posts. But we're keeping it open for now on the live stream. Just hoping no one abuses that privilege anytime soon. Marine section. In addition, a strong westerly push through the Strait of Juan de Fuca will occur early this afternoon and continue to remain elevated through early Saturday morning. Localized gusts of 45 knots. That is... Bear with me, that is around 52 miles per hour will be possible in the central and eastern Strait of Juan de Fuca during this period. For this reason, we have upgraded the small craft advisory to a gale warning for the northern inland waters. Gusts of 35 knots possible, which is around 40 miles per hour. Seas of 4 to 7 feet this morning, building to 13 to 18 feet tonight. Then the dreaded hydrology section. Buckle up, folks. And as Keith Capillero said, remember, please clear storm drains because they can cause flooding on the roadways. 100%. A series of wet weather systems will increase the threat of river flooding this weekend. Why did it turn? Oh, because I said series and my phone thought it said Siri. Not this time, though. Especially into the first half of next week, west to northwesterly flow aloft, which means winds coming out of the west or northwest. We just got an update. Okay. So... It's like they're putting out an additional coastal flood advisory for some parts of the area for December 7th as well. So we have to break into this real quick. Hang on. Just issued fresh 1:25 p.m. coastal hazard message from NWS Seattle. It's for San Juan County, Western Whatcom County, Western Skagit, and Northwestern Snohomish counties. So the coastal flood advisory currently will go into effect 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow. They now have a new coastal flood advisory in effect from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Sunday as well. Minor coastal flooding expected on Sunday with inundation around 2 feet above ground level. So 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. for the first one, that remains in effect. And then the second one is 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. Sunday. So just minor tidal overflow expected. Around 8 a.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. Sunday for the inland waters. And this is just the continuation for Grace Harbor County. This remains unchanged. And the Strait of Juan de Fuca remains unchanged as well. So this alert is in effect until 3 p.m. And then it will be allowed to expire. So again, if you're in the highlighted areas here, along the coast of these areas, coastal flood advisory has also been issued for the morning time on Sunday as well. Just a little friendly heads up. I'm going to go post that in the rapid fire update channel. So 5 a.m. December 7th to 11 a.m. Yeah, want to make sure I didn't typo that on accident. Okay, there we go. Kim says, wind seems more steady here now. Yeah, expect the steady winds to pick up in coverage as night falls around the area. Interesting post by Ingalls Weather on Facebook. Water managers in the Pacific Northwest are gradually lowering reservoirs ahead of next week's atmospheric river system to make room for incoming water. Yeah, so snow levels will initially range from 6,500 to up to 8,000 feet now today before falling to 4,000 feet when that front comes through, which will bring it close to Snoqualmie, but it should be above Snoqualmie Pass. Down to Stevens at least, and that's when that winter storm warning goes into effect. The flow aloft becomes more westerly and southwesterly. The flood threat will shift to the flood-prone Skokomish River late in the weekend. They do have moderate flooding in the forecast for the Skokomish, just as a heads up. Still a wide variance in the possible precipitation amounts with an atmospheric river setting up through the first part of next week, but confidence is increasing in heavy rainfall across western Washington, especially over the higher terrains. But confidence is increasing that we will see a widespread river flooding event on our hands beginning late Monday throughout Tuesday and into Wednesday. Multiple rivers flowing off the Cascades in the Olympics reaching minor, moderate flood stages, potentially nearing even major flood stage. Additional precipitation is possible Thursday into Friday and with continued westerly flow aloft. So upper level winds coming out of the west. Certainty still continues to remain in regards to the exact flood levels and stages through next week. It will be critical to monitor the forecast through the next 7 days. Then it will start to elevate the landslide risk throughout the weekend, increasing rapidly early next week with the arrival of yet another atmospheric river. And here is the new plethora of alerts issued, compared to last night and the day before's alerts, which were practically blank, compared to this in retrospect. Several coastal flood advisories. They have issued a winter storm warning since this post, so this is officially out of date. Winter weather advisory has been upgraded to a winter storm warning from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, 7 p.m. tonight to 10 p.m. Saturday, for the Snohomish and Northern King Cascades. Winter weather advisory is in effect from 7 p.m. tonight to 7 p.m. tomorrow for the southern Washington Cascades, including White Pass. And then see several coastal flood advisories, and then that wind advisory now in effect, officially in effect as of 1 p.m. for Island County, in effect until 7 a.m. tomorrow. Wind gusts of 45 plus miles per hour expected throughout the night. Then lots of small craft advisories and a number of gale warnings on top of that. But no gale warnings in effect for the Puget Sound right now. Just small craft advisories now in effect from 1 p.m. to 4 a.m. tomorrow for the Puget Sound and Hood Canal marine forecast zones. So yeah, that's that. So he's whipping even more up at the summit cam in Crystal Mountain now, but you can start to see the visibility letting up a little bit. So those showers are beginning to start to move out of the area, and you can just start to see the base of Mount Rainier here in the back. Those passing clouds. Let's see how the camera is shaking a lot up at Crystal Mountain right now. Oh yeah. Even the gondolas are shaking around quite a bit too. Still very little visibility at Snorting Elk, facing towards Snorting Elk Bowl. This is at the Northway Lift Camp, about 6,800 feet. Yeah, you just start to see Mount Rainier in the back, clearing up a little bit as you go up into the mountains. This is Snoqualmie again, still raining at Snoqualmie. Lots of snow melt happening right now. And then Stevens. Still raining at Stevens right now. It's letting up a bit, but there are still some passing showers right now. Ooh, new development. The control forecast for the European now also has Category 5 atmospheric river conditions for the South Washington and North Oregon coast. Brand new update here for you guys. So now both the GFS control and the European control now show Category 5 conditions. Albeit slightly different zones here, but still. Most of the southern Washington coast is expecting Category 5 atmospheric river conditions over the next week. We'll probably be seeing those flood watches go out by, I'd like to say, Saturday night or Sunday morning, hopefully. No major updates in the river forecast since I last checked over the last hour or so. Still looking at major flooding for these two spots, Snohomish near Monroe and Snoqualmie near Carnation. Few spots, moderate flooding that could brush close to major flooding in the coming days, so just a heads up for that. And then other spots experiencing minor flooding or no flooding. Does anyone else watching have any additional questions they'd like to ask? Either on Facebook or YouTube, where we are both simulcasting to right now. To give a shout out to all of the people who donated today, whether it be in the form of coffees, stars, or joined as a Patreon pledger / patron. Shout out goes to all of you guys. You know who you are. Appreciate you guys for helping to support Puget Sound Stormwatch. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. Yeah, whipping really good up here at Crystal Mountain right now. They're mostly passing showers up here. Looks like the heaviest of rain is done for the day down here in Oregon. Most of the activity has already pushed into eastern Oregon now, or is being rain shadowed by the Oregon Cascades. A little bit of a break in the pattern, and then that next system is on our doorstep beginning Sunday. But this pressure gradient's approaching, and that's when it's going to really pick up the winds around here. So watching for when this begins to slide into our area from the west. As the radar mostly clear around the area now. Renton gusting to 34 out of the south-southwest. 23 out of the south here at Olympia right now. And 41 out of the southwest at Shelton. And 28 out of the southwest at Bremerton. Go look at those observations again. Yeah, sure enough. 41 here at Shelton, most recently. Looks like 31 up here near Squawk Mountain. And not a lot around Whidbey yet. We're at 30 here near Victoria, but overall just still a bit breezy. Nothing really shouting home, except for this 41 mile per hour gust out of the southwest here at Sanderson Field. Not liking this anticipation, yeah. Just kind of want it to happen already so I can see how good or how poor of a job the models did and use that for future reference next time. But you see down here in the Buckley Enumclaw area already gusting up towards the 30 mile per hour range and whopping 75 mile per hour hurricane force wind gust here at the Crystal Cam. It's pretty obvious it's gusting that high because look at all the leaves and everything flying through the air. Like it is shaking right now up at Crystal Mountain. Shauna Marie says, picking up in Mount Vernon. Thank you for your report. Appreciate that. Oh, Maple Valley. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. That's my bad. Maple Valley, not Mount Vernon. Sherry says, I hate windstorms during the night being surrounded by trees. Yeah, you said it. Seems like most of our largest windstorm events have been during the nighttime. Just matter of coincidence. You know, the amount of solar heating that we receive during these windstorms does not have any effect on the windstorms. It's just pure coincidence that they mostly all occur at night. Especially this time of the year where most of the day is nighttime. So yeah, thank you for the report, Shauna out of Maple Valley. Also, if you guys are on iOS, have you checked the new Facebook update? Looks pretty horrid in my opinion. Not a big fan. Angie Drummond on Facebook asks, how windy will it get in Enumclaw? Missed it. Well, good thing you're not alone in the Enumclaw area. Going with the best of the best, in my opinion, for wind forecasting around here. The Enumclaw area is looking at wind gusts just inside the 40 mile per hour range between 4 p.m. and 4 a.m. So 4 p.m. tonight to 4 a.m. tomorrow. But exact wind gusts will vary based on your exact location. both timing and strength. We look at the hourly model here. It doesn't exactly have your area hitting 40 miles per hour, which could be a sight of fresh. It could be a breath of fresh air in that case, but still gets up into the 35 mile per hour range as tomorrow morning falls on the area. So it has it quite blustery tonight, but not quite hitting 40 on this model. But the previous model, like I said, is better overall for wind forecasts. It just doesn't do hourly forecasts. But it says between 4 a.m. and 4 p.m., your max wind gusts may be around 41 to 42 miles per hour. But depending on exact location, it will definitely be different. Just gust, not steady, a little breezy, can hear in the distance. Yeah, sustained winds from the southwest won't pick up till later. The areas that are sheltered from east winds may get some winds out of the southwest direction. Just a little heads up. But also, areas that are prone to east winds could also be a little more sheltered from southwest winds, too. See, that's the art of it. So U.S. National Weather Service in Seattle just released a really, really nice graphic. Show that real quick for you guys if I can pull it up. So here's this. 2 minutes to go from the most credible sources you can get around here. U.S. National Weather Service, Seattle, Washington. Here's a weather timeline overall. This is all the way out to Thursday and beyond. So today through Saturday, rain, mountain snow, coastal flooding, and breezy winds. Sunday, weak system bringing rain and mountain snow. Monday, the heat of the atmospheric river moves in. And then we go red alert Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday, watch out. Many rivers could begin to exceed flood stage Tuesday, with the most widespread flooding likely on Wednesday. And then Thursday and beyond gradually decreases. So overall, the next week period is looking quite robust weather-wise around here. And if you guys on my Facebook don't regularly check my page story, please make sure you check my Facebook page's story for a lot of outside information as well. Post a lot of other credible news sources on there, like Scott's blog and National Weather Service in Seattle, Washington Weather Chasers, and other additional pages. Find a lot of great pages and information on there. Just be sure you look at the page stories for Puget Sound Stormwatch. It says rivers will slowly start to rise today and Saturday, but continuing to gradually rise Sunday, but not to a level of concern until Monday. Gusting to 33 out of the southwest at Bremerton Airport. We're 31 here in Normandy Park. 31 again here south of Bellevue. Look at 74 also near Snoqualmie Pass. 74 and 75 mile per hour wind gusts. Hard to see that number back behind this, but that looks like 61 at Coldwater Ridge near Toutle. Starting to increase in wind in Enumclaw. Thank you, Kim, for your report. Yeah, wind's picking up around the area now. If you haven't already secured any outdoor objects outside, now would be the time. Keith says, found a great site called SonHub Tracker. Live tracking. Okay. Live tracking of weather balloons around the area. Oh yeah, this is really nice. Looks like it's open source too. Interesting. Have to look at that in the future for sure. Ooh, just got the 37 here in Normandy Park. This one updates every 4 to 5 minutes by the looks of it. So out of the south-southwest, winds of 16 miles per hour, gust of 37. Pressure continues to fall down to 1006.2 millibars. So gust of 37 here in Normandy Park near SeaTac. Actually says long stream today. Fence smashed again, really? Hopefully just a freak accident, because if so, then geez, this early in the day having something like that would be a massive bust. But yeah, I've been streaming longer recently too. Main goal is to not only reach as many people as possible with this information, but also to build watch hour time on YouTube for additional streaming benefits, like monetization, for example, and the integration of buying super chats and channel memberships here on YouTube. So I'm trying to make a big push towards getting to that 3,000 watch hour count, and it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of effort, but we're on our way. I'm probably going to be taking a short little intermission here soon, and this will probably be between 15 to 20 minutes, maybe longer. We will see. But yeah, 37 miles per hour. Normandy Park area. Yep, streaming long today. Streaming long during these events. Actually, sorry to hear that. Abandoned property is no fun. Kim says, thank you for everything. Wouldn't be able to do it without the viewership. At a gust of 21 miles per hour up in the Bellingham area at 120. Thank you, Keith, for your report. Yeah, it looks like everything's going right according to schedule so far. Ashley asks, what's the max wind gust you can see down towards Roy? I'm curious more than anything. Let's go take a look, shall we? This is the NAM high-res ConUS model. Roy area is going to be right about here. Here. This is on an hourly basis. If we go with this model here, and I'll show comparisons between them. This one has your area getting up to about 38 miles per hour between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. and continuing to have 30 mile per hour gusts out of the southwest early into the morning on Saturday. If we go look at the recent HER run, again selecting right about there. This one has you occasionally hitting 30 mile per hour gusts this afternoon, but then sharply picking up into the 40 mile per hour range for some time late tonight going into early tomorrow morning. But luckily, the strongest wind should stay to the west and north of you, hopefully, unless this overperforms. Yeah, 40 miles per hour around 10 p.m. for the Roy area. And then my favorite, the old reliable, I don't know why I have such a hard time saying it, the old reliable European model. This goes in 6-hour increments, but this doesn't have you getting much higher than 35 miles per hour. All right, Robin Bingisser out of Preston. Yeah, watch out for your area tonight. Preston's going to be right around where the coordinate is right there. This has you getting up close to 50 miles per hour for quite some time tonight. High resolution model has you hitting close to 50 as well between 10 p.m. and about 1 a.m. or so before things really start to calm down around the area. So, yeah, good model agreement that it'll get breezy. And these winds are going to be coming out of the southwest, so not the southeast or the east like they normally do. Be coming from a perpendicular direction, about 90 degrees off. Actually says, so if a tree falls on my house, I will be well asleep at least. Yeah, I'd be more worried about trees off to your west for any chances. Luckily, we haven't had staggering amounts of precipitation before then, so the soil shouldn't be terribly moist. Thank you for the heads up. We have already had bumps in power. So far today, bumps in power, or just recently? And if so far today, then possibly have some concerns about an overperformance on our hands. It's continuing to show gusts to 37 for another 5-minute period here. So still gusting to 37 miles per hour for a continuous 5 to 10 minute period, which is interesting. Trees west are old growth and pretty sturdy. It's the trees to the south I'm worried about. Understandable. Robin says about 15 minutes ago already had bumps in power up in the foothills. It's gusting between 20 to 30 miles per hour in that area right now. Preston's right there. And the nearest station to your way, the Sunset Way station in Issaquah, which could be sheltered from some of these winds, is only showing 14 miles per hour. But so you're picking up to 31 now at SeaTac again. But 5 straight minutes, 2 straight observations with 37 miles per hour at Normandy Park. As a matter of fact, that is Michael Snyder's station, the guy who runs the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch YouTube channel. His station is some of the most accurate around here because his stations are mounted about 30 feet above his roof line in a really open, exposed area, especially to the south or southwest. So, I'm not going to question the accuracy on that whatsoever. Ooh, just hit 32 here near Mount Si High School. Definitely kicking up a bit. Even when you're sheltered by Rattlesnake Mountain, you're still getting some of these winds wrapping around the mountains here. And yeah, these are high numbers, but don't be alarmed. Those are normal for those areas. As seen here on the summit cam, sun's coming out now, but boy, is it whipping up at Crystal Mountain. Wind will be coming from the southwest for Enumclaw Buckley. Can I open this picture-in-picture? Can, but not for the right window. Yeah, guys, think I'm going to take a quick little intermission, take a break. You guys want to hang around? I'll show the weather cam here right now up at Crystal Mountain. Let's see. Might be a good time to go take the trash out before the heavy rains come through. All right, so yeah, guys, I will be back. I'm going to show the Crystal Mountain weather cam up here for the time being for you guys to watch. So see you guys here in a little bit. Alright everyone, I am back. Thank you for tagging along. Started running the laundry, went to run the trash and recyclables out to the other side of my apartment complex, so that's what was taking so long. Keith says, welcome back. He was waiting patiently. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for hanging on. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this crystal cam going the whole time. Well, probably to do today is wrap up the live streams here in a little bit and then have a second live stream going tonight. We shall see how the audience retention is. Okay, 15 minutes ago, East Lewis County News. That must be the page that they were talking about. Oh, hey, William's here. William Gatlin says, welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, private group with 3,400 members. Yeah, I got an invite to another Facebook page, like another private Facebook group to do some weather forecasting for them from time to time. Light breezes in Enumclaw, very light rain, winds 10 and under. Thank you. Green-Eyed Breeze says, welcome back. And Keith says he was looking at different models while I was away. Looks like precip still falling as rain up here at Stevens. Melting the snow off quickly up here at Snoqualmie. Let's check our winds. Okay, 30 still at SeaTac. Backed off a little bit here, Crystal, 68 miles per hour now, 71 at Alpental Summit up here near Snoqualmie Pass. Still gusting into the mid 20 mile per hour range with some occasional higher gusts. Looks like up here near the Mount Si Golf Course, they hit 35 miles per hour earlier, just outside of Snoqualmie. Sonia says, welcome back. Sonia, thank you for keeping things under control while I was gone. I appreciate that. I have 22 likes on YouTube and 76 on Facebook. A lot of you guys in here today. Good to see the words getting spread around. Or you 5 shares on YouTube. Someone made a clip also. That's interesting. I think what'll probably end up happening is we'll wrap up the stream here in the next hour or so, maybe. And then if the winds really do kick up tonight, then we'll have a separate live stream later on tonight. But we'll just have to wait and see. Correction, just hit about 16 in Enumclaw. Thank you. Yeah, quite a spread based on your station of choice down here. It says that the Suntop station down here is run by a guy named Jay Wrigley, I think. He approached me with one of the more recent wind events. And he said that this is one of the most accurate stations in Enumclaw. So I'm going to hold him to that. It says had a max gust of 38 earlier. All right, and Dirk Doppler, hello again. Starting to get wind here in Olympia. Thank you for your report. Yeah, getting a little breezy up there. A general capital area just got up to a peak for today of 26 miles per hour as of the most recent update. And 33 up here at SeaTac right now. 34 in Kingley. Still 31. This is probably one of those hourly updating stations that doesn't update too often. I know West Point is over here. Go look at satellite, radar again. I swear I saw the sun try to start coming out here in Milton for just a second. I was outside, but that has since disappeared. So you get a little bit of a break in the precipitation, but the gradient that's going to bring the wind tonight is somewhere in here. That will be followed by the next round of precip Sunday. And then Monday's system is somewhere out here still. It says, looking at tropical tidbits, showing a low pressure of 997 between Vancouver Island, Vancouver, BC, Saturday around 4 p.m. Yeah, that would kick up the wind for that area pretty good, for sure. Yeah, what does the new model run? Wow, new model run shows Tacoma getting over 50 now. The most recently, her hourly update here shows 62 just off the coast of Whidbey Island at 10 p.m. tonight if this were to occur. Could be looking at some locally strong gusts down here in the South Sound and between I-5 and Capitol Peak as well. Olympia area watchers do be advised. It's actually showing 54 miles per hour off of Ruston Way, if this were to verify. Which is quite the uptrend if that turns out to be the case. I think this would be on a much higher side. This probably has about a 10% likelihood of occurring. If we have a localized gust that strong, that would be a huge overperformance for these models. Yeah, green-eyed breeze, increasing wind gusts since last report. For comparison between the last one and this one. So you had a 10 mile per hour jump. 44 to 54. The one before that had 48. And the one before that had 46. And we're looking 4 model runs ago, 42. 5 models ago was 47. 6 models ago was 48. So overall, pretty good agreement model to model when it comes to the HER model. But this doesn't always have the best reputation with wind, at least from personal experience. So it may be quite a bit on the high side around here, but the fact it's been so consistent model to model is just fascinating to me. Yeah, across the Puget Sound here, it has well over 40 mile per hour gusts at around 10 p.m. course, being overshadowed by the huge westerly surge between Dungeness Spit and Deception Pass. Would be really interested to see if that verifies. And it's not super late tonight, so it would be enough to hopefully have enough people up for a live stream. It's also the weekend as well, so we'd expect quite a bit of live stream audience tonight if we were to go that long. As Keith said, it can go either way. Yes, correct. We got 18Z GFS rendering, which means we're about an hour out from the 18Z Euro rendering. And fingers crossed for the 18Z Euro. Will it hold on or will it flip the script? That is the question. Yeah, I'll probably watch Randy's stream initially tonight, and if I see a big wind gust, then we'll probably have to jump in the breaking live coverage. We'll see. There's still a lot to contemplate tonight. A lot of wild cards. All right. Anybody watching have any questions for me during this time? Or anything you'd like me to go over again? William, I know you came on a little bit late. Let me know if there's anything you need me to go over again. Always just curious about the Enumclaw predictions. Yeah, this model run here doesn't give Enumclaw too huge of a blow. 40 miles per hour at times, but nothing much more than that. Maybe a 40 mile per hour peak gust here and there around the White River Valley at around 10 p.m., but that's really about it. No long sustained wind gusts by the looks of it. It'll just be the time to watch the observations here super closely. See if there's any spikes or anomalies that pop up. You know, that's going to be the thing to really nail down. Yeah, so far, Enumclaw not doing too bad. I've heard a few wind reports, but just breezy. Nothing serious. There's Ashley again. Ashley gets, on a slightly weather-related note, how did you get into doing all of this? Well, Puget Sound Stormwatch actually goes back almost 13 years. I am currently 26. I turned 26 in November. I started Puget Sound Stormwatch in February of 2013. And if you guessed it, I was only 13 years old when I started it. So only anticipated to be more of a sort of family and friends weather site for the local area. But of course, things changed for the better note, and we started taking off. It took a few years, though. It wasn't really until... It really wasn't until this year, actually, when we really started booming. Like at the beginning of this year, I only had a few thousand followers. I think I only had around 5,000 to 6,000 followers when I first started this year. And here we are getting very close to 33,000. We had really started taking off with the March thunderstorm outbreak, which didn't turn out as expected. When I'm not busy shaking like a leaf when the wind picks up, the weather patterns are super interesting. I just got a ding from the IEM bot. Let's see what it says. Okay, first round of coastal flood advisories have been allowed to expire. So today's coastal flood advisories for Grays Harbor County and the inland waters have been allowed to expire, but not counting tomorrow's. Tomorrow's coastal flood advisories will go into effect, I believe, at 4 a.m. for the inland waters and 9 a.m. for the coastal waters. Yeah, so when it comes to the streaming setup and all that, I mean, I've been saving for all of this for years. Just to have a nice, really productivity setup just to do all of this weather streaming. Like, this is what I've always wanted to do. And I really started liking weather back in 2006 after the big Hanukkah Eve windstorm. It's kind of scared me into liking the weather. You know, I hated thunderstorms and I hated the wind as a kid, but then I started to really lighten up as I started going into my tween years and then the teens. And I realized I wanted to do this as a career. So my initial plan after high school was to jump into college and immediately just start doing my atmospheric sciences degree. Well, that obviously didn't happen. With a few road bumps in the way, you know, here we are doing this as a self-proprietorship, and I think I'm much better off doing it like this right now anyways. Because no bosses, of course, is a huge thing. You know, I've had trouble with management at my previous job from time to time. You know, no bosses, completely open hours, flexible scheduling, and I basically get to do whatever I want. So, dream come true, right? It's like, it's a weather influencer / entrepreneur kind of gig. And I've been doing this full time since I quit my job on August 4th of this year. But I need a lot of help to keep doing this. So another probably dumb question, but you're super knowledgeable. What do you consider the threshold for winds bringing down trees? Yeah, don't worry. No concerns about being obnoxious. I'm gonna say an extremely broad and vague answer, but it depends. You have local microclimates, which trees are accustomed to in most areas. Wind direction's huge. The time of the year is huge because of foliage being on trees and soils being saturated or super saturated. Yeah, I gotta go put my watch on the charger. So if you're in the time period like we are now, we've already had our first big notable windstorm of the year, which helped prune out a lot of trees, right? That was earlier in the season as well. So any leaves that were on trees, a lot of them blew off after that. So my biggest concern isn't the trees that don't have any foliage on them right now. It's the huge 100 to 150 foot tall evergreens. And this is just sort of an appetizer of what's to come. If we get these big winds after all of this rain, like right after the rain, where the soil is super saturated and isn't able to absorb all of the water, then I'd be more concerned about tree damage, power outages, and damage to property. That's why I'm looking so far ahead into the Monday and Wednesday time frame with those systems as well. So if we have that much rainfall leading up to the event and enough room for some roots to wiggle around from the trees, that could certainly uproot a lot of trees in the area, even with relatively, well, some would call tame winds around the area. We gusted to 35 again here in Normandy Park. 30 miles per hour, Mount Si High School and surrounding areas, Snoqualmie and North Bend. 33 here at Shelton Sanderson, and 30 at Boeing. Which is entirely what my home is surrounded by. Yeah, my old house up the street where I still have my weather station at, where my mom and stepdad live. They have trees, a huge tree line that goes directly behind the house because it's at the head of the Milton Interurban Trail, and the locals know exactly where that is. But there's a tree line right there, and of course they're facing towards the house when we get west, south, or southwest winds. So, for example, you've got I'm going to go over a general area here. You got the house here, and you got the trees here where the trail is, right? Well, you see the problem, right? When you get the winds out of the south, southwest, or west, the trees are aiming towards the house. So it's always a huge concern when we have the windstorms come through. The concern is, are trees going to fall on the house? It's always a huge concern for myself and my family. Even though I don't live there anymore, I still have huge concerns for the household and everyone and everything in it, because I have 3 dogs as well. Every time there's even more than a little bit of a breeze stronger than 50 miles per hour, because usually 50 to 60 is up there where you have widespread damage and power outages. But not expecting that. Think this model could be a bit of an outlier down here, but it could also be trying to factor in the narrow strait being more oriented to the southwest. Could get some of these locally stronger winds upstream of the narrow strait towards areas like Vashon Island and Point Defiance with winds tonight, because you're constricting the winds, you increase the velocity of the air movement, and you get locally stronger winds than the surrounding environment. Sonia says, I hated thunderstorms too as a kid, but yet fascinated. Been in the weather since I was 6. Dad and I would watch the Weather Channel together. Yeah, I would always watch the Weather Channel as a little kid. And it's funny, somewhere around here, I don't know if I even have all the discs anymore, but I have collections of Weather Channel movies and series, such as When Weather Changed History and Storm Stories, just hiding in boxes somewhere. I got those when I was probably 9 years old. But yeah, scared yet fascinated describes it very well. Very well said. "82 likes here on Facebook now. We actually have a chance of hitting 100 if I continue streaming for like another hour or so. But we'll see. I'm just waiting for my voice box to really burn out, pretty much. Yeah, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Is that insane or what? We've had a constant viewership. Haven't dipped below 6 viewers since about 5 minutes into when the stream started. We've held a consistent average of, looks like about 10 viewers for almost the entire duration of this stream. We have a whole massive strand of trees directly to our south that got taken down, and now the big chunk of trees on the abandoned property directly next to us on the south side are full exposed for the first time in I don't know how many years, probably. Ooh, not too often you have to hit the sea more. A few decades at least, so now we have a weird wind tunnel right through our neighborhood over my house. Love that for you guys. Truly love that for you guys. Not. I can tell that, nerves are definitely tense during times of windy periods. But these winds for your area up there in Burlington, Mount Vernon, surrounding areas are going to be out of the west. So you shouldn't have to worry about those trees falling on your house, rather perpendicular to your house, like sideways, but not on the house. Kim Leonard says, thank you for being here for us all. It is an honor and a pleasure. Hoping I can continue to do this full time, but unfortunately, financial concerns are beginning to add up. If I had 3,000 people donate $1 a month, this wouldn't be of any concern anytime soon. But you know, the truth is, most people want the weather for free, and I completely understand that. But it's a matter of, do you want to keep the weather forecaster's personality around? You know what I mean? Oh, sorry. I don't know how I hid your comment on accident, Ashley, but you said, I don't start following after the big storm at the end of October. I'm used to the Yelm microclimate, and moving to Roy, it's definitely been different. I confused you with somebody. Whoops. There was somebody else watching from up there that was talking to me earlier. But yeah, you're down, you're south of me. Okay. Yeah, that's a little different. No, so winds in the Roy area are going to be out of the southwest. So that may be a little bit... Ooh. We just got some coastal flood reports for the coast. Hang on, guys. Take a look at this real quick. About at 12 p.m., official NWS observation. Coastal flood. 1 mile north-northeast of Westport, Grace Harbor County. Westport tide gauge measured a maximum of 2.66 feet. A moderate stage. So we did have moderate coastal flooding there in Westport. And at 11:48, minor coastal flooding, and the alerts are still coming in right now. Bunch of observations coming in right now, so stand by with me real quick. So La Push, Clallam County, measure of 2.75 feet above the ground level, which is minor up there. Then minor level coastal flooding in Port Angeles as well, 2.43 feet. So these are official observation stations along the coast here. That's wild to me. I'd rather pay $1 to $5 to help out the channel. I appreciate and listen to people say things like Godzilla Storm. Yeah, let's go, Cliff. Let's go, Cliff. No, but don't worry. No shade at Cliff Mass. You know, he's been arguably one of the best meteorologists around here, but that doesn't mean he does have the occasional slip-ups and hyperbole, as some people show. But yeah, honestly, if I had 3,000 people help by donating $1 a month, think of it as like Puget Sound Weather Wikipedia. You know, Wikipedia depends on these donations to stay afloat, you know? Puget Sound Stormwatch is kind of the same way, and the truth is there are other alternatives that don't rely as much on it. Like, a lot of people go to Washington Weather Chasers, for example. But Washington Weather Chasers is also kept afloat by subscriptions and donations. It's why you see the page talk so much about having people subscribe and look at merch and send one-time donations as well. It keeps things running smoothly. And people talk about, you know, my personality as a whole, too. Well, reality is, if I wouldn't be able to do this, you guys wouldn't be able to experience this along with me, at least not full time. And so, the truth is, yeah, Puget Sound Stormwatch needs a lot of help. This is why the more subscribers and the more donations, the merrier. But of course, there comes some merit with it, too. You have to make sure you stay humble and don't become greedy with money, of course. You know, but that's what I take a lot of pride in with this page, is keeping it as much weather as possible without the politics and the micromanaging from other people. You know, because I value all of your guys' opinions. You wanna... I'm gonna post this diagram to the rapid fire updates page. And we also have a Port Angeles coastal flood report as well. Minor level of coastal flooding at the gauge, 2.3 feet above. Not sure exactly what MAHHW stands for, but it should just be above the ground level. Okay, posted that. So yeah, coastal flooding reports from La Push, Port Angeles, and Westport, with Westport experiencing, by definition, moderate coastal flooding. All right, Ashley, thank you so much for your donation of 99 stars. Really do appreciate that. So now, not only are you a subscriber, but you're also a star sender. Enjoy all of your new badges. Says you're also a sharer too. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it on your end right now, but your badges next to your name are lit up like a Christmas tree. Thank you again for all of your support. We have a new... See, wind's kind of settling down here in Crystal Mountain. A new area forecast discussion that just came in. Oh yeah, they really added some new changes to this, and it's just walls of text. This is an extremely long forecast discussion. But let's jump into it, shall we? We'll just simplify things down for everyone. This is mainly the same. The synopsis is the same. And then they have key messages this time around. So a lot of key points to talk about. So rain. Relatively minor systems will sweep across the area tonight, Sunday, before the main event begins on Monday. And it looks like it continues through Wednesday. So it could be one huge event as well. And they just issued another one, so I'm guessing they made a correction. Yeah, they corrected, so hang on. See, corrected. So they messed something up. Good thing they fixed it really quick. Model ensembles are beginning to show another round of heavy precip Thursday and the Friday as well now. Hydrologic implications will be detailed in the hydrology section. She said, that's cool. I tried doing the content creation thing for a while, so I know how hard it can be. Yeah, the thing that matters the most is personality. You've got to have a distinguishable personality from the rest. And you've got to have a fair amount of ideologies to bring to the table that other people agree with. In this case, it's pretty easy to talk about the weather around here, in general. That's what everybody else wants you to think, though. Keith says they got excited. Yeah, the reality is weather is far from easy around here. Someone said trees are rocking pretty good in Olympia. So, looks like things are starting to kick up. Let's go look at observations again real quick. 36 out here in Snoqualmie between North Bend and Snoqualmie. Otherwise, kicking up a bit around here, but not too much. Back up to 74 now. So max wind gust reached for the day at Chinook Summit. That is hurricane force. 74 mile per hour wind gusts are considered hurricane force, right on the thread of it. But yeah, Ashley, my advice to you is come up with a niche and stick to it. You know, post consistently and boost your reach to other people. And of course, don't be afraid to advertise. Of course, ask permission if you need to. But don't be afraid to get the word out there. Yeah, now confidence is increasing towards another big system coming through Thursday and Friday now too, which will once again just heavily elevate that river flood concern for a lot of the area. You know, something else to watch too. It's like it just never ends this upcoming week. Don't worry, actually, nothing wrong with that. Just find your niche and stick with it. So, snow. Lowering snow levels tonight just below 4,000 feet, which is at Stevens Pass level. Not Snoqualmie level, though. White Pass as well. White Pass is a bit higher than Snoqualmie Pass. Heavy precipitation through tonight into early Saturday. The potential for a convergence zone late tonight will allow for much heavier snowfall rates in local areas, which will make travel very difficult. So if you have to travel, take Snoqualmie. Please just save yourself the hassle and just travel over Snoqualmie if you need to get to and from the east side. And again, wind gusts 30 to 35 miles per hour will make for limited visibilities at time as well. Winds will generally be elevated through the next 7 days, but the time periods for the strongest winds will be tonight, as well as Monday, where gusts up to 45 miles per hour will be possible along the Pacific coast, the straight northwest interior, as well through the Cascade Mountains. Surprised you're not mentioning the possibility for this down here in the Sound as well. I feel like this is more of a conservative approach, but even the European, the most reliable model, is hinting at some winds up above 40 miles per hour for parts of the South and Central Sound, and even along the Willapa Hills west of I-5 too. Interesting they didn't mention that right away, but they're probably trying to keep it brief in this area. And then tides have now peaked for today for the Pacific coast, but the larger waves are coming in tomorrow. Again, another typo there that they could have fixed. Potential for minor coastal flooding impacts will be possible again tomorrow, mainly for the coast of Grays Harbor County. But again, minor coastal flooding also possible for the northwest inland waters, including along the beach of Bellingham as well. Active weather looks to keep tide levels high and may create additional impacts for Puget Sound coastlines as well. Something to keep tabs on. And then it's just bricks, just walls of text. Not going to go too far into this because don't want to burn out my voice box to nothing with the peak of weather still coming up very soon. You know. Let's try to sum it up here. Most locations will see wind gusts between 25 to 35 miles per hour, but Island County may see gusts up to 45 miles per hour, which warrants the wind advisory through tonight. This will also bring some cooler air, which will allow for snow levels to drop below 4,000 feet. As such, a winter storm warning is in effect for Stevens Pass, while slightly lower amounts are forecast for White Pass, lending to a winter weather advisory. In effect from tonight through Saturday evening. Brief lull in the precipitation overnight on Saturday, but it won't be long until the next system arrives Sunday morning. It'll be sort of like a 1-2 punch Sunday and Monday. Sunday just being a precursor. No major hydrologic impacts are expected with this system Sunday, but will prime the soil and the rivers for what will come next week. A strong 100 to 125 knot jet, so mid-level jet at 500 millibars, will become aimed at Western Washington starting on Monday and continue through Wednesday. That is what's going to drive in our atmospheric rivers, is that mid-level jet. (250 to 300% or greater above normal precipitable water values, which is the amount of water that can precipitate from the atmosphere at one time over a given area. So the fact that we're seeing 300% or greater anomalies is just mind-blowing. These models are showing integrated vapor transport, IVT, the main measure of atmospheric rivers, exceeding or reaching either one, 750 to 1,000 joules per kilogram, aka kilogram per meter seconds, during this time period. That's a lot of energy. Just going to say right now, that is a huge abundance of energy with a huge surplus. It says, needless to say, a lot of water will accompany this atmospheric river headed this way. Something to point out here too. The main moisture plume looks to briefly sink southward on Tuesday, allowing for a brief lull in the heavy rain before another punch of moisture. If that does not sink to the south, then it is going to be game on for major river flooding on Wednesday. But even if it does sink south, we're still going to look towards moderate river flooding for a lot of the area. But this reduces the chance of major river flooding, but not by much. Latest rainfall totals put around 3 to 5 inches across the interior lowlands, 4 to 6 along the coast, and 8 to 12 plus inches across the mountains. Again, they don't mention this as snow, they mention it as rainfall. Flooding is likely, not just the rivers, but also urban and small stream flooding as well. Again, more details in the hydrology section. So it is pertinent, nice word there, to stay tuned to the latest updates. Wow, that loop is just unbelievable from the GFS. Yeah, just got the confirmation that Whatcom County Weather will be live streaming tonight. I jumped up to 24 likes on YouTube. Thank you guys for that. And 83 likes on Facebook. Thank you to everyone for continuing to share the stream to your family and friends. Really do appreciate that. Makes things much easier in the future. Now, lastly, models are starting to show indications of another weather system bringing significant precipitation late Thursday into Friday. While it may not be as much as we'll see from Monday to Wednesday, it messed up Wednesday, typing too fast. Saturated soils and river already running very high. This rain may prolong or exacerbate the hydrologic impacts expected by midweek. Said not thrilled about having to drive to Seattle on Wednesday. Yeah, I think I-5 is just going to be under a puddle of rain throughout the day Wednesday. Temperatures through the week will remain slightly above normal, highs generally in the low to mid 50s. So, yeah, that shuts the door on any lowland snow potential anytime soon. That slams it. And no questions to be asked about that. Again, talking about variable flight rules and instrument flight rules at SeaTac and surrounding airports, with low cloud ceilings being likely. Slow improvement to MVFR SIGs this afternoon. But talking again about the potential for gusts between 29 and 40 miles per hour. Possible at times near the SeaTac terminal. As further headlines will likely be required with potential gales again with the Monday, Tuesday weather system. So let's give a round of applause here, folks, at NWS Seattle. They are going to be the busiest ones by a mile coming up. And then the hydrology section at long last. Again, talking about a series of wet weather systems. Some uncertainty exists. And confidence continues to increase that the flooding event will commence late Monday through Tuesday and the Wednesday for multiple rivers flowing off the Cascades and the Olympics, reaching minor, moderate, and major flood stage. It says this will keep rivers elevated. Another system possibly coming through Thursday and Friday as well. But uncertainty does remain in regards to exact flood levels. Be critical to monitor the forecast in the next 7 days. Yes, do keep a close eye on these. Keep your head on a swivel for sure, and do not let your guard down, especially if you live by any of these rivers. The series of wet systems will elevate the landslide risk across the region throughout the weekend, with conditions expected to increase rapidly early next week with the arrival of an atmospheric river. Urban and small stream flooding. This one will pertain more to us in the Puget Sound area. Be alert for the potential for localized nuisance flooding. Low water crossings may become impacted or impassable. Do not try to pass these low areas if you see a puddle. Turn around, don't drown. All right, let's see here. Summation of advisories, watches, and warnings. So again, coastal flood advisory goes into effect at 4 a.m. for the Northwest Inland waters, not including Island County. 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow during a peak high tide. From 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. Sunday for the same area. So 2 different coastal flood advisories for the same region as seen here. And then the winter storm warning goes into effect at 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. tomorrow for the Northern Cascades, including Stevens Pass. A subsequent winter weather advisory goes into effect from 7 p.m. until 7 p.m. tomorrow for Southern Cascades, including White Pass, but no alerts for Snoqualmie Pass. A coastal flood advisory again, in effect until 3 p.m., but this just expired. This was allowed to expire for the coast, North Coast, and Strait of Juan de Fuca area. ETG Vortex, welcome back in. Howdy, what's the winds looking like, and what time are we supposed to get winds? We're talking about for the general area, a very broad spectrum of winds coming up. The only wind advisory in effect right now is for Island County, which is in effect until 7 a.m. tomorrow. And then a whole scale of marine alerts for the area, including several gale warnings for some of the inland and coastal waters. Yeah, if you're talking wind, just hope that this model doesn't verify. But the HRRR model, the high resolution rapid refresh, has been trending up with each model run. including up to 62-mile-per-hour gusts between the Dungeness Spit and San Juan Islands, just off the coast of Whidbey Island here. This would be at 10 p.m. tonight. And see, it's showing some areas even close to 50 miles per hour for Tacoma if this one were to verify, which is a huge uptrend. Huge uptrend. And pretty gusty off the coast as well, with some areas like Neah Bay and Cape Flattery getting up towards 48 to 50 miles per hour at times. But it's a huge spread over a huge area. We'll have some wind shadowing here over parts of the North Sound as well, but a convergence zone will form on the end of this. So some areas that could feel little to no wind over this white zone tonight. Not windy in Ladysmith yet, but foggy. Yeah, I think your window for winds tonight has already passed. Because eventually these winds are going to begin shifting out of the west when this pressure gradient moves towards the southern tip of Vancouver Island. Which, as you know, for your area, you should be sheltered from the westerly winds. And hello, by the way, Mark. That'll also be for the Olympia area too if the model does verify like the 50 miles per hour. More so to your north and west. Getting close to that, but right around 45 miles per hour at times. Could get a little higher by 9 p.m. tonight. Close to 50, yes. And these would be out of the southwest, by the way. So from southwest to northeast. A lot of shares on the stream on Facebook. Awesome sauce. So yeah, anywhere in the red to the dark red is where you could see 50 mile per hour gusts tonight. Anywhere with the yellow is where you're talking upwards of 60 possible. $36 now at SeaTac. So quite breezy there at SeaTac, but it just actually refreshed to 30, so never mind that. And then downtown Olympia near the Capitol, 32 miles per hour. Starting to gust to 30 here at Westport as well. Then 38, Ellice Mountain, Clawson County. Starting to see the gusts pick up here in Victoria, BC. These are probably the westerlies beginning here very soon. Yeah, 33 here at Boeing Field. Still hanging on at 32 here. This station may only update hourly and not sub-hourly. Let's look at max gusts since midnight so far. Quite a few 30s around the area. Ooh, says we hit 42 at this station. Wonder what time that was. Let's investigate. That was at 11:28 a.m. That's weird. It says sustained 42, gust 42. I think that's probably an outlier, so we're not going to count that. Alrighty. Emily Rose Gregson on Facebook asks, what's the wind looking like for Vaughn tonight? Should I prepare for an outage? So, if this is correct, there is definitely a chance for some isolated power outages down here in the South Sound area. We'll be watching this closely tonight. This would be at 10 p.m. tonight, and it has 54 mile per hour gusts just off the Tacoma waterfront. But this is a huge uptrend, and it could be an outlier. So confidence is currently kind of low on this. It's iffy. Have to wait for another run to go through, and I think looks like the 22Z is beginning to render. So you compare it to 10 p.m. in that run and this one, see it drops off 13 miles per hour already. So it may have just been an outlier. But still, Vaughn and Key Center area in this new model run shows about 45 miles per hour. Just as a little heads up. So I'd say at least keep your batteries charged and take any windstorm precaution. Well, no. Before I jump to that conclusion, let's just say just keep your batteries charged and keep a flashlight on standby just in case. Like I said, confidence is iffy right now that we'll see wind gusts of this strength. Does have Tacoma getting up close to 40 miles per hour by 9 p.m. tonight. Again, still picking up a good signal for a strong westerly surge here over the Salish Sea. And Seattle area, 41 miles per hour. Getting close to 50 here along the I-90 corridor from Issaquah southeastward towards the pass. Has Seattle getting up to 43 now at 1 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, 18Z Euros beginning the run. Here it is, folks. Here we go. It's going to be a while before we get in range, I think. Maybe not. Have to wait for the 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. range. But right now, for the 4 to 10 p.m. range, a little bit less compared to the recent model run before that. Hangs on for the Tacoma area, relatively unchanged down here, which is a good signal of consistency between model runs. But it nicks a couple miles per hour off of the Seattle area. And it may have just pulled that contour here a little bit far enough east to possibly keep Enumclaw from hitting 40 miles per hour tonight. Possibly. But see, then the 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. max model run comes in, and this is what it's showing. You able to see what the gusts are reporting as near Roy? Can't find them through Windy. Let's see if we have an observation station down there. If not, we're going to be kind of limited on the detail we can provide. Oh, look at that. 44 here near downtown North Bend just now. Starting to whip up there. And then again, remember, these aren't the easterlies. Let me just make sure that these are... No, it's north-northeast. That's a really weird wind direction. Yeah, that's interesting. Wonder what the nearby stations show, if they're different. No, see? It's a complete flip. South-southwest. Gust 38, just up the road from there. The problem that some of these stations have, too, is that they're installed backwards when it comes to directions. Yeah, there's no one in that area. So what we can do is we can try to go to the Tempest weather site, because Tempest has a really great setup for all of this. Just want to see if I can pull up the map. Yeah, Tempest stations are really expensive, but are they worth it? From what I've been told, they are worth it. See if I can pull up the map. You may have better coverage down there because Tempest stations don't show up on the NWS. See, look at the coverage from all the Tempest stations around the area. But there's still not one person in Roy city limits that owns a Tempest. Now, we might have to set you up with the weather station down there. Maybe one of these days someone will sponsor you and they'll set up a weather station. Unfortunately, I don't make nearly enough to do that for you, but it's the thought that counts, right? We can at least use nearby stations here. So like the nearest is in downtown Yelm, for example. We can pull it up and it shows the wind gust is only 3.1 miles per hour from the northwest right now. It's hard to see, but it is down here. And wind gust 4.3 miles per hour just outside of downtown Yelm. So that is the Tempest weather map. But not all of these sync with a service like Windy, Weather Underground, or the NWS certified stations, like these ones. Keats asks, what kind of station do I need for the NWS? Really any station that's set up properly. So just make sure you're away from trees as much as possible. For the most accurate solution, you want to be about 30 feet above a roof line. So if you can install guide wires, that would be the greatest solution. But for me, my station down the street, I'm about 5 feet above the roof line. But I'm surrounded by trees. So unfortunately, it doesn't always read accurately. But I know Matthew Fab has a station that's set up with it. His station's out here in North Federal Way. I'm not going to zoom in any more than that. But if I were you, maybe try approaching Matthew Fab. So find him on Western Washington Weather on YouTube. You can ask him a question there, or if you're on Facebook, the Western Washington Weather group on Facebook, you can post there and ask about certifying your station with the NWS. I haven't done it personally, so I'm not a good source to ask when it comes to that. Sorry about that, Keith. So yeah, we don't have any current gusts immediately in the Roy city limits here. Unfortunately, we're just dealing with really nearby stations. You notice too, both these stations close to each other are now picking up 30 mile per hour winds coming in from the southwest off Commencement Bay. These are also starting to go up the hill as well. But more of a little exposed ridge to the southwest here. The Tacoma Narrows tied its record for the day so far at 29 miles per hour. Most recent update there. And 34 again at Normandy Park. 26 at SeaTac. And the record 44 here at, not exactly at Mount Si High School. I don't know why it says Mount Si High School when Mount Si is up here. May just be a glitch. But right by the North Bend outlets here, just outside the North Bend city limits. Nearby stations show 36 and 38 though. The wind direction is backwards on this, which I found odd. Whoop, that was a mistake. Starting to see a few clouds break through outside. That's good news. May have some embedded sun breaks around the area today, guys. If you want to see the sun, look off to the west. That is your best chance. But some new passing showers coming through the area. See a nice steady shower to the south of me right now. All right, Sonia, sounds good. Yeah, get something to eat. Feel free. I'm thinking it's probably around the time for the same for me as well. Gusting to 42 again. But actually, I believe this is an old measurement. I don't believe this has been updated. Nearest I could find was out in JBLM. Yeah, maybe one of these days you'll be the first in Roy to have a weather station put up. Because none of the other maps are showing that right now. One last thing I can try is the weather under map. From Weather Underground. Check this bad boy out real quick. The closer, but still, nothing in Roy here. Nothing even within a couple mile radius of Roy. But I think the nearest station to use is probably this one. See, Kwa Roy 54. Gust to 19 right now out of the southwest. The most recent update from that one. So these ones out here too, going towards Mountain Highway, southwest gust 13, southwest gust to 2, and no wind at the moment. If you want to find this map, this is weatherunderground.com/weatherundermap. It's shown right there. Things settling down here at Crystal Summit finally. Oh, look, a bird. Now it's stuck in the loop. Almost 100% promise we're getting at least 15 to 20 mile per hour gusts right now. Tops of the trees moving pretty good. Expect that to kick up by the time the sun goes down tonight. Things clearing up here at Snoqualmie, but yeah, just rain. And lots of it. Let's go refresh the Water Prediction Center, see if any of these levels have changed. Not that I can see initially. Still have the 2 majors and the 7 moderates here in Western Washington. A few minors sprinkled in here and there. And Keith says he will be right back. Going to try his anemometer. Awesome. See a little bit of sunlight make it to the ground finally. Select this station right here. Right around the same time period here, but yeah, this is showing category 5 conditions here. Even one of the ensemble members from the GEFS reaching up towards exceptional status. But right now, it's in extreme status. So for exceptional, you have to have a bit more energy, and the duration requirements are there, but it needs a little more energy. See, the average is hanging in around 1100 joules per kilogram or kilogram meter seconds right now. Well, my tabs are extremely disorganized here. I'm questioning the validity of this 44 mile per hour wind gust. May already have a convergence zone trying to form up there, even though the westerly winds haven't really fired up yet. Let's play a loop of the last hour. Very well decided to set something up I hate not knowing. Yeah, I'd highly recommend getting one that connects to the internet. So something from like La Crosse, Davis, or Ambient Weather. Those are some of the best budget ones you can get. Like, I would recommend the Ambient Weather WS2902 station. Good starter station. It's around $150. So, but it has really good network connectivity. I have a WS5000 that is the ultrasonic model, which means it doesn't have any moving parts except for the little piece in the rain gauge, but that's about it. Actually says, so I was right on the money with 15 to 20. Sounds about right. And Anisha Searlock and Facebook coming in from Puyallup. Should we be expecting anything? Passing showers south of you right now. It may be raining in parts of South Hill and Graham, but after that, really just hit or miss showers through the rest of the night and tomorrow morning. Looking for wind, though. We could see some wind gusts upwards of 35 to 40 miles per hour tonight in spots out of the southwest. So a little heads up, especially if you're on the South Hill portion of Puyallup, you could be exposed to some of those more southwesterly wind gusts tonight, which, again, could exceed 40 miles per hour in some spots. I don't know what's going on with the smoothing in here, but I'm going to have to turn off the smoothing. Thought I had it turned off, but I did not. Yeah, that just doesn't look right. I just wish the radar and satellite were in sync, but they're not. Those wind gusts should be picking up after dark tonight. Sadly, after dark. Winds will most likely peak between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. across most of the area. All right. Kara, aka WildMama84 on YouTube. Ocean Shores or Westport tomorrow morning for wave watching. Well, Westport experienced moderate coastal flooding earlier today. So, based on the trends I'm seeing, I would say more towards Ocean Shores. Although the difference is going to be marginal across the area. So it really doesn't matter much since they're so close together, not expecting much of a difference between Ocean Shores or Westport. Really, whichever is more convenient to travel to. Because both of them are going to be under the advisory tomorrow for the same level of coastal flooding. Considering taking the 2.5-hour drive tomorrow. Just, be extra careful and know your exit routes. Of course, turn around, don't drown. But yes, study up the maps for around the area where you're going to go. This is one thing I have to do before I travel is study the area I'm going to. Just make sure, especially along the coast, know your quickest exit routes just in case. Again, guys, huge shout out to everyone who has helped donate today. If you guys are interested in donations, you can do so with this site called Ko-Fi. Could also be pronounced coffee. I still am not 100% sure. A few more donations have come in since I last refreshed. Thank you all for your support. And if you want to donate or even donate on a monthly basis, this is ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. You can find this on the front page of Facebook in the intro section of the page, or you can find it in the description of the YouTube live stream. Or if you'd like to request, I can also post this in the comments as well if you want to consider donating to keep full-time streams like this possible in the future. New record wind gusts here at Tacoma Narrows, 33 miles per hour. This was recorded at 3:25 p.m. This updates every 5 minutes. So southwest winds of 16 miles per hour steady, gusting to 33. This is the area I'm going to be watching for some locally stronger wind gusts tonight. Gonna go grab a snack real quick. Gusting up to 32 now here in Hoquiam. 36 over the new Dungeness buoy. Look at that. 77 down here at Chinook Pass. 77 miles per hour. Matt Steele on Facebook. Been getting high wind on Cougar Mountain for the last 6 hours. Thank you for your report. Seeing it kicking up in the tide flats now too. 31 mile per hour wind gusts at the end of the Sitcombe and Blair waterways. Right on one of these exposed ridges out here, looking to the southwest. 33 miles per hour there near Dash Point. And then, of course, the occasional breezy gust here at SeaTac as well. Thank you for the reports, everybody. Appreciate it. Pretty nice gust just happened here in Milton. Trees bent over a little bit with that. Yeah, just some passing showers over some of the area, but that's really about it. Nice reprieve from the rain today. These guys were wondering, yeah, the forecast originally did show rain in the area today, widespread rain, but that has since shifted down towards Oregon. Helping give our rivers a little bit of a break before the heavier rains come in later this weekend. Keith says, sun is trying to show itself up here. It's trying to, but it's got a lot of low and mid-level clouds to penetrate through. Look at that. Last update here. I don't know how long ago the station's updated. This is still showing 42 from earlier. But it was 57 earlier here at Renton. Look at temperatures right now. That's a glitch. This station always acts up, so ignore that. But overall, some areas in the mid to upper 50s. Most of the area is in the mid 50s, but some areas pushing the upper 50s right now. It's a sign that an extremely mild and warmer than average air mass is moving in right now. A A lot of dew points in the 50s as well. So a pretty saturated low-level atmosphere. They look at how erratic this station's reading. I don't trust that station one bit. Ooh, this could be credible. Let's look at that. 42 miles per hour. South-southwest, so it's reading from the right direction right now. Updates every 10 minutes, and at 3:40 p.m., a sustained wind of 17 miles per hour, gust 42 miles per hour. This is the station right by Mount Si High School, by the golf course. So it does have some credibility to it. But yeah, 42 miles per hour in the last 5 minutes here in Snoqualmie and North Bend. Excuse me. Alrighty, 87 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for continuing to like and share. 6 total shares. Just heard the ding on EMBot, and that means NWS in Seattle has put out a new hydrologic outlook. Threat of river flooding has increased. This is fresh off the press, 3:46 p.m. Confidence in the threat of river flooding has increased. The hydrologic outlook will officially be replaced with a flood watch, coming very soon. That will be urgently relayed. So the last hydrologic outlook before they put out a flood watch for much of western Washington. Likely coming by tonight or tomorrow. The current river flood forecast right now, only river in action stage is the Nooksack near Everson, but that is expected to decrease towards normal levels as the night goes on. You see that nasty shower moving up this way because the sky just got really dark. Nice and breezy, too. Nice and breezy here in Milton. Keith is asking if the ensemble finished running. If you're talking about the EPS ensemble, which is the European, then no, still has a little ways to go. We can look at the ensemble data here too. And so this is showing here is a range of percentiles. So you're most likely to see the number to the left than you are to see it to the right. It's saying that 10th percentile, which has a 90% chance of happening, has wind gusts in the mid 30 mile per hour range for Seattle and Tacoma between 4 and 10 p.m. tonight. But in the event that it outperforms, all right, I see Katie Schmitz, thank you for sharing to your friends. But in the 90th percentile, this has a 10% likelihood of happening. This is showing wind gusts in the higher end, up towards the mid and upper 40 mile per hour range. So this is just what the European ensemble is showing right now. For example, for Sunday afternoon with that little system coming through. For Tacoma, notice the 10th percentile shows 21 miles per hour, while the 90th percentile shows 40 miles per hour. These are wind gusts again, between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on Sunday. So the number to the left has a 90% chance of verifying, while the number to the right has only a 10% chance of verifying. We're almost in range of Monday's system to see some percentiles there as well. Wonder if we can see some RAP model estimations. Shows gusts. This is one of those regional models, so it can't go in any further than the regional sector. Also on an hourly basis. So again, the RAP regional model also showing wind gusts in the mid 40 mile per hour range for much of the South Sound overnight. This is 9 p.m. Pacific tonight. And you know what else it shows? A very strong westerly surge up here off the coast of Whidbey Island at the same time, around 11 p.m. tonight. Looks like somebody's getting towed outside my window here. So, Keith, to answer your question, the ensemble still has quite a ways to go before it's finished. Yeah, 30 here over West Seattle, 30 and 32 Normandy Park and SeaTac, 33 miles per hour here, one of the exposed areas of Northeast Tacoma. Of course, so far the record here in the lowlands area that is verifiable is 42 miles per hour up here in Snoqualmie, North Bend. Gusting to 41, the automatic weather reporting system. This only updates hourly too. That's insufficient. Down here in the south end, not too much stands out. These are foothill spots. These are usually where we get the higher wind gusts in events like this. So nothing out of the ordinary here. Just really going to be watching these stations overnight over the Puget Sound to see which ones overperform, if they do. Ooh, I got scared there. I saw the tow truck approaching my vehicle, but no, they're towing away what looks like a broken down car right across from me. Looks like a repo going on outside my window. And the car's gone. I think the car had been there for a little while, but has a destroyed front fender. .35 here at SeaTac in the last couple minutes. And Crystal Mountain is back to whipping. It's facing southwest towards Mount Rainier. Looks like visibilities are a little better up there at the mountaintop. All right, while we're passing the time, anyone, feel free to drop your questions down below. How long you going to be on or going to rest for the live stream tonight? We may wrap up the live streams here soon and then possibly go live again tonight too, but we'll have to see. This really depends on audience retention, if people are still asking around and viewing. So, yeah, Keith, feel free to save yourself for Randy's stream tonight. Thank you again for tuning in as always. Much appreciated. Going to get going. Sounds good, Keith. Have a great night if I don't see you again tonight. Ashley says, no question, just appreciation for you and what you do. Thank you for being a supporter, Ashley. Thank you. Just trying to see if there's any other urgent bulletins to begin relaying. But right now, no sign of that flood watch yet, but we are expected to have a region-wide flood watch go into effect either tonight or tomorrow morning around the area. It's really just paying attention to wind gust observations at the moment. As you see those bright lime green colored numbers here, and some of the yellows as well, we're starting to see these wind gusts pick up around the area, mainly the central and south sound as the models are showing. So far, good model verification across the area. Yeah, I'll probably hop by Randy's stream, so I will see you there. Yeah, if anyone has any conversation starters or questions, just let me know. Post them in the comment box on YouTube and Facebook. We're still simulcasting. Facebook had some issues yesterday and kept kicking me off. It kicked me off twice before I finally gave up. But not seeing as many issues today, thankfully, knock on wood. Haven't had any issues with the comments on Facebook and no issues with connection dropping. So far that I can see. Still about 6 hours out from seeing wind gusts peak. Back up to 44 again here in North Bend. Second time already we've hit 44 from what I can see. It was actually 42 earlier. Now we're up to 44. It's like a little bit earlier on set than what the models are showing, right? Let's check this out real quick. No, it's right about on par. The models so far are doing a pretty good job showing this activity around the area. So far. There's some blue sky for a bit north of me, darker clouds moving into Everett. Yeah, I think the convergence zone is beginning to start forming here over central Snohomish County. That's what it's looking like to me. We'd be now gusting to 28 out of the west-southwest, according to the most recent update here. Ashley says, I'm very much hoping the wind gust maps for tonight are overestimations, let alone this coming next week. So hard with Washington weather, it can be a few things in regards to the forecast. It either happens way worse or doesn't happen at all, it feels like. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest. Shared a new post to my Facebook story if you guys want to go check that out. Sometimes it's enough to make me miss growing up on the East Coast. I've only had the pleasure of visiting the East Coast once in my life. And that was when I went to Disney World when I was 6. The only time I've ever been to the East Coast. Yeah, that looks like our friend the Convergence Zone firing up again. Alright, there we go. Flood watch now in effect. New update to you guys. Let's see, how much area does this cover? The entirety of the county warning area, as I expected. So all counties in the Seattle County warning area are included in this flood watch. So let's look at it first thing. This is an extremely long duration event. It's posted updates in the chats. This is from late Sunday night through next Friday afternoon. Immediate broadcast requested. Flood watch. Series of wet weather systems moving across the region will increase the threat of river flooding early next week. Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible. Portions of northwest and west central Washington, including literally every county that the Seattle County warning area covers. All right, we're gonna go post it. Gotta open all my socials here. So this is from December 8th at 4 a.m. to December 12th at 4 p.m. It's a huge 108-hour duration flood watch. Right, I didn't even post the photo portion of that. That's a mistake. Make sure we make those changes. Hey, there we go. So make sure we cross-post the Patreon as well so you guys don't miss out. All right, Patreon followers, here comes the post. All right, here's the post made to Patreon, everybody. Flood watch in effect next week. The image of the counties covered. This includes all of the Seattle County warning area, seen by the green outline here. Flood watch in effect from late Sunday night through Friday afternoon. Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible, including every county here in the Seattle County warning area once again. Starting to lose some sunlight here in the mountains as well. Also posting the blue sky. Really trying to be consistent and posting the blue sky more often as well. All right, 89 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for continuing to like, comment, share, and donate. Appreciate you guys for that. Sun's starting to set here across western Washington. The dark clouds forming over Tacoma right now. And there's our conversion zone beginning here north of Gold Bar. Go and check Stevens Pass to see if there's any snow or anything falling there yet. Not looking like it initially. Looks like it's still falling in the form of rain up there at Stevens. Ooh, 36 again here in Normandy Park. 36 in Snoqualmie. These are wind gusts measured in miles per hour. All right, folks, think we're going to wrap up today's live stream. If I see the winds really start to pick up this afternoon and evening, then we'll probably jump back in the live coverage again. It just depends on conditions outside. So in the meantime, I'll go ahead and update you guys on Facebook, Patreon, and other outlets as well. I think we're due for a more comprehensive post tonight for around the region. Gotta figure out how I'm going to word it, how I'm going to document it, if I even do it at all. We shall see. I just posted the flood watch to Facebook. That should hopefully answer a lot of the questions. But let's check one more time at the river outlook here. Make sure that the majors changed. See, now we have that dark green area highlighted. That is our flood watch in effect. Now they're expecting the Samish River near Burlington to go into action stage, which is not flood stage. But yeah, no major changes for the river forecast right now. Ashley says, thank you for the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your donations. Yeah, I need to give my voice box some rest in case I got to jump back into it tonight. Like Sonya said, thank you everyone for joining us. If necessary, we'll break back into live coverage tonight. Otherwise, most likely see you guys tomorrow. Probably another early stream as well. We will have to watch closely what happens tonight around the area. So until then, you know the drill, guys. This was Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Back again for live atmospheric river coverage from around the sound. With all of that being said, thank you all you guys again who tuned in and donated and watched. Any further donations, if you want to send them out tonight, ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Link can be found on the front of the Facebook page and in the description of the YouTube stream. So thanks again, guys, for tuning in. Have a great night. If I need to break into live coverage, make sure you guys have those bells rung here on YouTube. And of course on Facebook, you'll know because you'll see the live notification. So catch you guys around.